Golf Club. Golf for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Final thoughts today brought to you by Dr. B, getting that hair right for LT.
Hey, with age, unfortunately, things start to fall out. For me, it was this year with a little hair. I asked around. Everyone said, call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed that genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. We went over my options, chose that non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results. Dr. Beckenstein, for 20 years, women and men have turned to him for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. And make sure you tell Dr. Beckenstein The Next Round sent you.
All right, Mike Griffith with some interesting reads at Dog Nation. If you want to go check out Mike's story today, he's interviewing Jeremy Pruitt.
He's on the media tour. I saw he did an interview, I think, with our guy, Jake Crane.
Yeah.
So I guess Jeremy's just going to talk a little bit now.
Yeah, it's a chance to get out there and try to start reinventing himself. And he thinks Georgia is really well prepared not to have a fall off after the national championship because of the way they've been recruiting. Something we will talk about tomorrow when we unveil our 40 in 40. The entire ranking that you guys voted on tomorrow, and then we start counting them down the day after. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. Enjoy your day.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast.
The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now on a Wednesday as we get going. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford all here. Tyler, the intern's back. Taylor handling our social media. You can jump on all of our platforms at Next Round Live. Remember to like and subscribe. Just 59 days away from week 0 of college football. We got a big show ahead. Coming up at the halfway point at 11 o'clock Central, we'll unveil your poll, the people's poll, our 40 and 40. We'll do it different than we've done in years past. We'll show you the whole poll. We'll release the whole thing at 11 o'clock, 1 through 40 or 40 through 1. We haven't decided if we're going forward to backwards or backwards to forward, but we'll do something at 11 o'clock. You'll see your vote in its entirety today, and then we'll start our countdown tomorrow. But guys, let's start with a little college football. Let's start with news that happened yesterday. We had talked a little bit in the offseason that Mike Leach's contract was going to end on December 31st, 2023 if he didn't get a new deal. Reports come out of Mississippi yesterday. He gets that 2-year extension. He's now locked up through 2025. In 18 SEC games, Mike Leach is 7-11. But he gets the contract extension right now. There's some high hopes for this Mississippi State team with Will Rogers at quarterback going into this season.
Yeah, look, I think Mississippi State's going to be a tough out. I said this a couple of months ago. I think Will Rogers, everybody talks about system. I think he's one of the best quarterbacks that Mike Leach has ever had. When you go back to Texas Tech, Washington State, now Mississippi State, I know you're a little indifferent on Mike Leach. I know he's a weird guy. I appreciate kind of the quirkiness. But I think he's a hell of a coach. I really do. I think he's had difficult jobs.
He has.
And maybe that fits him perfectly. This is the most difficult job he's ever had because of the conference it's in.
Oh, I agree with that. I mean, they seem to me like a 6-6 team again this year, 7-5 with Will Rogers. That's hard to be if you've got, say, the 3rd or 4th best quarterback in the SEC. But that's sort of where Will Rogers falls into that place for me.
3rd or 4th best? Yeah, probably so.
Yeah, they were 3rd in the West last year, which, I mean, when you think about that, I mean, 3rd in the West is pretty strong.
Yeah. I mean, if he finished there again, I mean, I don't know what expectations will be for a Mississippi State fan for Mike Leach this year.
Oh, I don't either. I think they're a 6-6 team.
Yeah, but
if I'm a Mississippi State fan,
you're objective. You're not looking at it as a fan. You know what I'm saying?
No.
You're trying to be realistic.
You guys tell me if I'm wrong. If I'm a Mississippi State fan, I think we challenge for 2nd in the West this year. We were 3rd in the West last year.
That's too high of an expectation, man.
That's a lot. No, I mean, I'm with Jim.
I mean, I know Texas A&M's up there.
Yeah, Arkansas is not bad.
Let me give you this little stretch right here. This is if you're challenging for 2nd, try this stretch on. Starting October 1, Texas A&M at home, Arkansas at home, at Kentucky, at Alabama, bye week, Auburn, and Georgia at home.
Yep. That's the SEC, man.
That is a brutal stretch of football right there for a school, for any school, really.
Yeah,
I mean, if I give Alabama that schedule, that's tough.
But I agree with Dunaway. I think if you look at most SEC West schools, you're going to see that type of schedule. Give Mississippi State Georgia's schedule, and you tell me what they do.
Give Mississippi State Georgia's schedule?
Yeah. And you think they've got a chance at winning 10 games with Georgia's schedule?
Well, I mean, all that is Tennessee. Mississippi State is Tennessee. You have a great quarterback. You have a creative offensive mind as a coach, and expectations for Tennessee are pretty good this year.
But yeah, I mean, I think the expectation for Tennessee is to challenge for 2nd in the East and to win 10 games.
I mean, if I give them Georgia's schedule, I could see a 9-3.
Yep. I mean, over in the chat room, Goose, Leach is an average coach. Ross, I love LT's optimism about MSU, but I just don't see it. I mean, if you're 6-6, that's average. And, it's flat 500 on a record, but when you factor it into the SEC, they give out wins and losses to half the league when they play each other every Saturday. You're either winning or losing. Not everybody can be a 9-win, 10-win, 11-win team every year in the SEC. You're going to have some 6 and 6s and 7 and 5s. And that's, to me, where Mississippi State falls this season. You have to give this contract extension. You've got to, because in the recruiting world, you have that crazy law in Mississippi, which I've never understood. They can
Doesn't
only
make any sense.
They can only have a 4-year contract.
Yeah.
That hurts you, I think, in college athletics. I think it really hurts you in football. Mike Leach's deal was down to basically 2 seasons until they worked out the deal. He's making $5.5 million a year, according to reports. He is a really innovative mind at offensive football. That hasn't worked yet against the best teams in this league. They have not been on the same field with Alabama yet. You know what I mean? And I would imagine against Georgia it would look about the same way. Can you be, other than Alabama and Georgia, the next best team in this league? You can be with Mike Leach, I think. I don't think Mike Leach's system ever will be consistent enough to win an SEC championship or get you to Atlanta.
I think you can be in a given season.
Yeah, or a given weekend. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, you said you could maybe challenge for third best behind Alabama and Georgia. I don't think you think he can do that consistently. I don't even think that. And I'm a bigger Mike Leach fan than you are. I don't think he can do that consistently. Yeah. I think in a given year, lightning in a bottle, schedule is favorable, you could be third in the SEC. Yeah. Second best team in the West, third in the SEC.
They beat Texas A&M last year.
And, they did.
And Texas A&M on paper should be the third best team in the league this year, right? On paper, they should be the third best team in the league.
And again, that's one of the reasons, if I'm a Mississippi State fan, we finished third in the SEC West last year. This is his third year. We beat A&M last year. They are projected to be the second best team in the West. If everything breaks right, we could have a 9-3, and we could be the second best team.
Here's the problem for coaches in the conference. Every other fan base thinks that way too.
Oh, exactly.
I mean, Ole Miss fans think the same thing you're saying. Why can we not challenge to be the third best team in the conference right now?
We just had our first 10-win regular season ever.
Yeah, Texas A&M fans are thinking even higher than that. Yeah. Like, we should actually be in Atlanta and maybe even win this conference.
Well, that's what the scary thing is.
I mean, do you think LSU fans, to continue that thought, think they're really going to be a 6-6 team this year? LSU doesn't think that.
No,
they think they're contending for second in the West.
2019, arguably the greatest team in college football history. We're only 3 years removed from that. You've still got LSU talent, and you've got an elite coach coming in. That is what is so difficult about this SEC West, and that's what's – if I'm an Auburn fan, I'm really concerned right now because you look at what's going on with every other program, and Brian Harsin seems to be the guy that is losing steam.
Yeah, right now Auburn would be the one team you would sit there and debate. Is stock up or stock down for us? And it seems like it's stock down for us compared to where we usually are in the pecking order. LSU stock down, but you feel like with Brian Kelly, it could start moving in a positive direction. It's up at Arkansas. It's up at Ole Miss. Texas A&M, they feel like the future is in front of them. And Mississippi State fans like Mike Leach, and they think the future is in front of them there too. I mean, Arkansas, do you think they think they're going to be the second best team in the West this year? I think they do.
I think they think, based on the way they played last year, they go to the bowl game, they get the win. There's a ton of excitement for Sam Pittman. I think they like KJ Jefferson there a lot. They got Alabama coming to their place. The game that Arkansas was into the final, I mean, that went down to an onside kick at the end in Tuscaloosa. And they got to be thinking, now the Georgia game did not go well for them at all, but they got to be thinking, we're good enough. Look, if we could play Alabama last year, the runner-up, the SEC champion, the runner-up for a national champion, if we can play them to an onside kick in Tuscaloosa, why can we not beat them in Fayetteville?
Yeah.
If I'm an Arkansas fan, I'm thinking that.
And it's amazing just a few years ago how bad Arkansas was. But sans Alabama, the SEC West is so unpredictable this year. I mean, I really could see Arkansas go 5-7 and still be a really talented team. Mississippi State could go 9-3. They could go 5-7. I mean, we do that exercise every year. We try to get, within 3 games of what the record's really going to be for each SEC school. It's going to be really tough in the West.
Oh, we got to build animation now that we're on the video side of this for that, because it's a straight ripoff. What was the show with Bob Barker and the skinny microphone? What was
that was The Price is Right.
Price
Jim.
is Right, and it had the little ukulele guy, not ukulele.
No, the
yodeler,
climber.
the mountain climber, and he'd slide up the mountain. Back to Little Fair for a second.
I'd love to go back.
Watching that on Saturday, the Little Fair from 1997. I don't understand yodeling. But in the middle of a song that had them all on stage, they're singing something. All of a sudden, Jewel steps to the microphone and starts yodeling. Has anybody ever liked yodeling in a song?
Well, you know, it's funny. So we talk about Lady Bird a lot.
She yodels?
I had looked into a basenji.
Yes.
Do you guys know anything about a basenji?
I have no clue what a basenji is.
A basenji is the only dog in the world that doesn't bark. It yodels. But
Shut up.
I swear, pull the basenji.
Rockstar.
The basenji is a
Gotta
really
see
good-looking
this.
dog. But the problem with the basenji is they say they're the Houdinis of dogs. Like, if you put them in a crate, they find a way to get out of the crate. They'll break out of your house. They're very mischievous.
I mean, I don't know that that is a selling point to me that I got a dog that doesn't bark, but he yodels. I don't really want that.
Well, I didn't want a dog that barks. I don't know how bad the yodeling is. I've never been around a basenji. I think they're cool-looking dogs. Look at that.
They yodel?
They
yodel.
are pretty dogs.
Well, I will tell you.
Can we get any audio on the yodeling? Can you do that?
Yeah, well, let's do that on. Can you do it right here live?
Oh, here we go.
Or do we need?
Really?
Oh, that would be so annoying. Gosh, no. Get me out of here.
That exactly is Jewel. That's what Jewel was doing in Lilith there.
Jewel's a basenji, huh?
Yeah.
Woo! God, I could not. Could you imagine that anytime a storm comes in, that's what you hear?
Well, my little Angus, the little long-haired Dachshund that we have, who's about this big, he, if you don't pay attention to him, his octave goes up. He goes from barking, and then it gets higher and higher and higher, and he'll keep going up until glasses are breaking, and you've got to let him outside, or you got to let him upstairs, or get in your lap, or whatever.
He's just like his master is.
Yeah, it just gets a little. You talking about Maggie's?
Yeah.
All right, so halfway through the show, this opening segment here, brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. Mike Leach has a new contract. We'll talk about a great AL.com story here in just a second. They do this, I think, every year, and LT's got some interesting stuff. But if you're looking for an interesting place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo is that place for you. Find out why you belong at Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. In-person tours, you can get those right now. See the beautiful campus that Southern Living raves about. They haven't raised tuition in 5 years there. Great athletics, 21 Division II scholarship sports, new buildings going up everywhere, multi-million-dollar theater department, business school remodeled there, communication school, great facilities. See it all right now, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. At AL.com, Craig Stevenson writes, is it Stevenson or Stevens? I always
Stevenson. Craig Stevenson.
Yeah, Craig Stevenson. Good guy. Writes at AL.com about the drought for your favorite school when it comes to winning an SEC football championship. AL.com/the Birmingham News. They've been doing the SID poll and the all SEC team, all their rankings all week long. They're to the drought now. What may surprise you, the last time your team won an SEC championship. Alabama's on a 2-year streak now. They've won the last 2, so they've won the most recent ones. Let's go through some of these and see if they surprise you.
Well, first to start, 14 teams obviously in this league. 5 have not won the SEC championship, and you understand why, because of teams coming in later into the conference. But Arkansas, Missouri, South Carolina, A&M, and Vanderbilt have never won the conference.
Vandy's the only OG that hasn't done it, right?
Yeah, the only one that really surprised me is Arkansas, because they've had opportunities, and it's not like in the 90s you had some good teams.
Yeah, but
some
only
Florida Tennessee's.
But only one Arkansas team made it to Atlanta, right? They've only been there once.
I think it was 2. I think Houston Nutt, took them twice.
Yeah, they did.
Well, I thought Madre Hill was there.
They played Florida twice. They got blown out, and they had a really tight game the second time.
I thought Mississippi State's been once, and I thought Arkansas has been once. Ole Miss hasn't been. You think Arkansas has been twice?
Yeah, I think actually they played Georgia once and Florida once. Yeah, they've been twice.
Okay. Yeah, they lost to Georgia 30-3 in 2002, and then 2006 they lost to Florida 38-28.
Okay, so they've been twice there.
Yeah.
To Atlanta. But some of these popped out to you, and you were a little surprised by these. But Alabama on the 2-year streak.
Excuse me, 3 times. They've also lost to Florida 34-3. Yeah, 3 trips.
That's the one I remember, actually. Yeah.
So LSU, it's been 3 years. We just mentioned the 2019 team. That's not a bad drought. Georgia, though, when you look at Kirby Smart and all of the success he's had winning a national championship last year, it's been 5 years since they won an SEC championship.
Okay, four SEC championships. So they've got the numbers skewed at AL.com.
But it was the 17th season, right?
It was after the 7th. So 8 18, 19, 20, 21.
Okay.
They played 4 SEC championships.
But still,
every one of these skew the number.
Skew it down one.
-1 on every one of these.
That's fine,
Okay.
but with the success of Georgia, aren't you a little surprised that it's almost not like a back and forth between Alabama and Georgia?
Yeah, it is a little surprising, yeah.
It is, but I mean, they're the national champs. They've lost they've lost all those games, right?
Yeah.
They've been in the SEC championship
Well,
last 3 years.
No. Florida was there.
No, 2
in
years
20,
ago.
yeah.
That's right. But they lost to LSU, who won the national
That's right.
championship. They lost to Alabama.
Yeah. Alabama twice.
Auburn, 9 years, 8 years, 2013 season. Had a great opportunity in 17 against Georgia.
They did. If you didn't have an injury, it would have been a greater opportunity. That one doesn't surprise me much. That one is
It's about right.
Exactly where I thought it would be. Yeah.
This one is shocking. The Florida Gators, if I would have told you in 2008 when Tim Tebow and Urban Meyer take down Alabama and win a national championship, I would have said we're going to be sitting here in 2022 and Florida is not going to win an SEC championship. That seems impossible.
So Tebow in 2008 is the last time they won the SEC championship.
That's really hard to believe.
Yeah.
I mean, that is.
That's the one that'll blow you away on all the list here because they owned this event to start with.
Yeah. I mean, Florida and Alabama owned it initially, and then Alabama kind of faded, but Florida did not. They continued going, and then Urban Meyer kept them there. They've played for it a lot, though. I mean, Jim McElwain had 2 teams in it.
But never really. I mean, they were 2 teams only because we were in divisions.
Somebody had to be there for the East.
They were there in 2009 right after, 15, 16, and 20.
I mean, so they've at least been there. But you're right. If you had gone back to 2008, walking out of that stadium after Tim Tebow engineered that fourth quarter comeback against Alabama and said, you have just watched your last Florida SEC championship.
Until who knows when.
I would have said you are out of your mind.
Well,
that is absolutely impossible.
Urban Meyer had them there 3 consecutive. And I remember sitting there with Ian Fitzsimmons, and we were, I think, in the World Congress Center where we used to do the shows before.
Right.
And I remember talking, about this Urban Meyer, the second meeting in 2009. Urban Meyer, Nick Saban, we're going to see this every other year at least. I mean, these teams, because, Urban Meyer was young then. We didn't know he had heart problems or health problems.
Or want to problems.
Yeah, so I just thought that we were going to see Alabama and Florida all the time. And after 2009.
Well, we did. I mean, there were stories that were written that this was the new Bo and Woody back to the old Big Ten days, that they would always be bumping heads in the SEC, Urban and Nick. And, Urban didn't hang around for the fight. He went literally back to Woody's place back up in the Big Ten. Some others, real quick, here in the first segment. Wimp Sanderson in our next segment, by the way.
So think about it. Tennessee wins the SEC championship in 98 after having Peyton Manning in 97. 98, you win the national championship, and you haven't won an SEC championship since almost a quarter of a century. That's another shocker to me.
We know what's been going on with Tennessee football, but the fact that, early on it was, Alabama won the first 2, but then it seemed like it was Florida and Tennessee were the best in the league in the 90s. And to not have them win one since 98, that's a big one.
Yeah, I would agree 100% with you on that one.
We're not even getting a lot of them in the game.
No, I mean, that was their last game, right? Was 98 their last SEC?
No, didn't Saban beat them with Matt Malk or whoever, the injured
that
quarterback?
Was 2001. That was when they would have played for a national championship had they won that game. You're right. That was their last appearance.
Yeah.
The other ones aren't really surprising. Ole Miss, 59 years. Does that shock you guys?
No, not really.
I mean, the fact that they won one surprises some people. But we're back to black and white TV there, I think.
Kentucky, 72 years. Bear Bryant was the head coach back in 1950. And then finally Mississippi State, it's been 81 years.
What year did Mississippi State win it?
It was the final season before the onset of World War II, 1941.
I don't know if we're coming back, Rocky.
Let's win one for the
I don't know if we're coming back, Rocky. Before we kick the Germans' ass, let's go win this SEC football
Now, they did.
Hell State.
They did get to the 1998 SEC championship game.
Yep.
Rockstar quarterback for Mississippi State?
Wayne Madkin.
That's right. Your guy.
Yeah, that's your man. So that's an interesting read. You get all the details there from Craig and the folks there at AL.com if you'd like to check that out. John pointing out Lunsford from the back row, 2007 was Tennessee's last appearance, lost to Les Miles and LSU. That was the day Les Miles told us he was going to be the coach at LSU, right? He was on his way to Michigan, and when Herb Street broke it a little early.
Have a great day.
Have a great day. We're having a great day here. We've got a lot of football to talk about. Again, we'll release your poll, the 40 and 40, in its entirety coming up at 11 o'clock Central Time, and we'll circle back in the final hour to break it down a little bit for you. On the show today, Wimp Sanderson, and I'll tell you the other guest after LT tells you about the great folks at Simpio, one of the first calls we made now about 1 year ago today.
Yeah, hey, look, Simpio is going to take care of the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they're going to take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. There's no contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467. Or for more information, check them out online, Simpio.com.
All of a sudden, Lunsford has become the fact checker on the back row. We say stuff, he corrects us, we correct it on the air. Yeah. Go ahead.
Tennessee played Auburn in 04. I was actually at that game. Stupid that I forgot that one. And they were actually back in 07.
Yeah, so Lunsford pointing that out over there. Yep, 04 and 07, right
all
there.
All on me.
All right, we roll on. When we come back, Wimp Sanderson, then Brad Crawford at 10 o'clock, starting hour 2, 10 o'clock Central, 24/7 Sports Talk and college football. And then the national champion from Barstool, Mintzy, rejoins the show at 10:25 Central today. Then our 40 and 40 countdown at 11. LT's got trash at 11:30. The table is set. We're ready to feast on college football next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Little Sweet! Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple eye? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your shacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo! Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, Little Sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind that'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
One more fact from Lunsford on the back row about the last time Tennessee was in the SEC Football Championship, off the good story at AL.com today. The teams that have been there since Tennessee, though, is pretty amazing. Georgia, Florida, Missouri, and South Carolina have all made multiple appearances in the SEC Championship game since Tennessee has played in it. All right there. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Craneworks. They bring you Wimp Sanderson every day.
And the coach joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The Rental Works division of Craneworks brings Coach to us. Hello, Coach. How are you?
I hate to interrupt this boring conversation I've been listening to.
No, interrupt.
You should turn your radio off and turn us on.
Wow, look at Jim Dunaway.
He got back at me, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. By the way, I don't know if this is your last appearance or not, but LT's got your jacket on today, some kind of a tribute.
No. Wow, I don't think so.
And I listened to that cotton picking show y'all did Saturday, and when I got on there, they said there were 81 listeners. After listening to y'all that crap y'all put out Saturday, I made it 80 because I turned mine off.
I don't even know what you're talking about from Saturday.
Well, Saturday you was doing some kind of show.
No, I was in a pool Saturday.
Yeah,
I'm sure they were on the golf.
I was on the golf course.
I was with a crying child.
Maybe it was a recording or something.
Probably. That's probably what it was.
Well, hey, why don't you interview us today? You got a show. Knock it out.
Okay. You say that the strength that is so unpredictable in the West, and the reason it's unpredictable in the West is so much better. That somebody's going to beat somebody that's not supposed to. You got Alabama, LSU, A&M, and Arkansas, and so therefore it is going to be more unpredictable because the East is not very good. You got Georgia, and you got the rest of them. You might have Kentucky, but then the rest of the teams in the East are upstarts. There's somebody like the Tennessees or the South Carolinas who's gotten a quarterback, and the Tennessees who's better. Vanderbilt, no, but it's a situation where the East pretty poor and the West is pretty darn good, so it's going to be very difficult to predict what's going to happen after you talk about Alabama. Alabama would be by far the best.
Yeah, but I mean, the East did have the national champions, and not many people projected Kentucky to be the second best team in the East or Tennessee to be the third best team in the East last year. They would have probably gone Florida second, and then who knows after that. So I would call that almost equally as unpredictable as the West.
Yeah, I guess. And scheduling is going to be such a big factor. I know Brownie thinks it's going to be 9 games. Right now the vote is 7-7 to keep it at 8. And I know the commissioners got the final vote. I got caught all that. The ACC went to 3 permanents, kind of interesting in 5, then rotate 5 every 2 years. So
yeah, a format that wouldn't work for the SEC because
No.
they're going to have 16 teams and the ACC's got 14.
Yeah, when you get 16 teams, everything goes every which way. You know, you still got Missouri in the East. That's a little bit confusing. It always has been to me a little bit. So.
Well, I agree with Brown. I think it'll go 9 games.
Oh, I know you do.
Yeah.
I know, and so does Lance, and that's probably right. I don't think it's going to be quite as easy as y'all think, but it probably will.
Well, and we won't have divisions anymore. I mean, everybody's going away from divisions. The ACC has announced that. The Pac-12 is. The Big 12's never had them. So it's down on the major conferences to the Big 10 and the SEC. I just don't think you'll have divisions anymore either. Are you okay with that?
No, you won't. You're going to have by those guys coming up, when Texas and Oklahoma's come to the SEC, it's going to. The ACC is so weak now, money-wise, and Clemson is good. Miami can be good, and as we talk about the same little thing. And then, of course, USC on the West Coast is going to be good, with Oregon pretty good. Just like you said, Brandon, that's one thing you did get right. SEC and Big Ten are going to be the best two, no doubt about that.
Hey, back to the SEC West real quick, Coach. Only a few weeks away from SEC Media Days in Atlanta. Not that the vote ever matters, but do you have a feeling that Auburn will be penciled in by the media as coming in last place in the SEC West?
I hadn't gone down it. I think there's a chance, yes. I do think that's a chance.
Well, Ole Miss is coming off 10-win season. Arkansas's got that momentum coming off 9 wins. We talked about Mississippi State, A&M. A lot of people think they'll get a 14 playoff possibly. LSU's got Brian Kelly coming in.
I'll tell you something that goes along with that. They had strength of schedule out today. And the number one strength of schedule in the SEC was the toughness was Auburn. And the last team that had strength of schedule was Ole Miss. A&M was 8, Alabama was 9, which is about right. And Ole Miss, and I guess they pinned that game on the Penn State non-conference game that Auburn had was going to be a tough one. And I didn't really read it that much.
I would imagine it also factors in that you're playing 1 and 2 in Georgia and Alabama both on the road. That adds to the difficulty.
You're right. I didn't read the whole thing. I really check it why, but I was a little bit surprised Auburn was 1. And I would say, Lance, if they're not the last team in the league, they're probably next to it. And I don't even know who the last team should be. But don't they have 5 straight home games, Auburn?
To start the early, yeah. They are home early, road late.
That's right.
And the deal is that they've got, it could be beatable teams. Penn State's beatable. The other 2 teams are beatable. And then in the conference, I'm guessing, but I think it's LSU and Missouri. And if it is, I think that's right for their first 5 games. I don't have it in front of me. But, those beat. I don't know. They got such home field advantage, and I think people are down on that a little bit. And I don't know what they got teams they're going to beat without home field advantage, but they got some that they need to have home field advantage in order to win. So I don't know.
The coach Wimp Sanderson is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented each week by the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Jim opened the show talking about Mike Leach getting a contract extension. Mississippi's got this weird law where you can only have a 4-year deal. 4. He was down to 2, so they bumped it back up to 4. And it is common for people to say, oh, that helps you in recruiting. I've always felt like that was more coaches that wanted that message out there because they want a long contract. I've never once in my life heard a recruit say, I was considering school X, but the coach only had a 3-year deal. Do you honestly believe, please take the coaching hat off, that it affects recruiting that much?
No. I think Leach, if they want to give Leach something, they could have given him another year and not raised him, in my opinion. They could have given him 1 more year if they wanted to do that to make him feel good and to make the recruits feel pretty comfortable with that. And I don't see there's any reason to raise him myself, but I don't know how hard he works. He stays a lot in South Florida or down on the coast somewhere. I just don't know how hard he works. But Lane Kiffin works his mouth good, and he's going to be a hot commodity for a new coaching job after this year.
We're 1 year into, as of today, Brandon Marcello with a great story at 24/7 Sports. We're 1 year into name, image, and likeness. Which, in your opinion, you have not been a fan, which, in your opinion, has hurt college athletics more? Name, image, and likeness, or the transfer portal, the ability to transfer?
Go together.
Well, no, but we're separating them because they're two different things. Which do you think hurts more, the name, image, and likeness, or the portal?
If you're coaching, they're not two different things at all. They go together they go together very well, and you can't separate them as two different things. I think a guy leaves you because you fuss at him. They're not two different things. So if you
there's no money involved.
Okay,
I'll just tell
you. I'll just say you're not right, but you never are.
Non-responsive. Treat their witness hostile.
Well,
please.
look, the portal came first. NIL came after the portal. They are two different things. I see your point, Coach.
They're two different things in you broadcasters' minds. That's fine. They're not in the coach's mind. I would say to try to answer his question, the NIL is more difficult to control because it gets into, as you don't realize, into recruiting big time. It is the basis of recruiting, and it is the basis of people changing places, changing commitments, getting bought, and those kinds of things. Not like Lance thinks, but that's the way it is. And I answer that one question, and if you want me to separate them, I'd say the NIL.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you. It's going to shock you. I disagree with you.
Well, good.
I think the portal is more of an impact because that allows them to get away from you. If you're coaching them hard, if they don't like their playing time, they can renegotiate
you're not behind
again.
You're not behind the scenes in recruiting. That's the problem with you. And you don't know that recruiting is the most important thing that you've ever done, and being able to recruit them and keep them.
I know that.
That makes the transfer portals big. But if there's
sounds
a
like
cap
you're arguing for my point.
Do what?
It sounds like you're arguing for my point that the portal is the more impactful.
Well, I think the portal. I don't know. I'm not here. I think they're both intertwined. Myself, you guys don't, and that's okay. I think it's big time intertwined. But being able to leave when you want to, and being able to do what you can best you can do to get a player behind the scenes, if that's what you want to do, or even in front of the scenes. You know, they're 3.5 to the guy that's going to USC from Pittsburgh.
Yep.
So,
but without the portal, he couldn't do that, though, Wimp. He'd have to stay at Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Or sit
out.
You're
right. You're correct. I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So it's fine. No problem.
Hey, with all that said, what is something you've done that would surprise all of us? Like skydiving, surfing?
I'd love to see Wimp skydive.
Nothing. I'm not a swimmer. I wouldn't skydive for anything. I mean, they might push me out, but.
You ever killed a snake? I mean, just something random.
No, I can't. I haven't done anything very important. I try to. I don't want to say that because I think I'm bragging. So I don't.
No. We like humble brags.
No, I don't need humble brags. I try to.
You just teased
us. I try behind the scenes to look after a lot of people.
Okay.
As best I can. That's not a very good answer. I mean, that sounds like I'm bragging. So
no.
I can't think off the top of my head.
World needs people like that.
That's right.
I just went to see my second baseman in Little League. He has cancer, and he was my second baseman in my Little League team 200 years ago. So,
what position did you play?
I was the coach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was like your second baseman on your team.
I was coaching the Little League team. We had a great Little League team. So it's no. I shouldn't even say it. I don't know. I think I'm scared of snakes. I don't like to dive. I wasn't a very good swimmer. So I was
Which one of your teams at Alabama would have most likely pushed you out of the team playing? Which one were you hardest on?
Probably the first one.
Oh, really? The very first one? So if they'd opened that hatch mid-flight, they'd have pushed you out over the Mississippis on the way back?
They would change it. But the thing that pleases me the most, I can't remember if I said this or not, is that, I wondered when I got through coaching those 12 years that, was I too tough on my guys? And I look back on it now, nobody's happy. I always laughed and said everybody would leave. And they probably a lot of them left. But nobody's happy. If the coach is easy, where they want to transfer, like you're talking about the transfer portal, if he's hard, if they said something smart, nobody is really. There are very few people that are happy. There are very few players that are really happy if they're looking to transfer portal is full of players. So, whether you're hard or easy or in between, I don't think anybody's really very happy.
Well, Charles says the wildest thing you've ever done is told an official good game and meant it.
John Clarkerty, you told John Clarkerty. Great job, John.
Yeah, John's told me that they were in the dressing room and said his feet are going to be out of bounds. I mean, out of the coaching box. I watched for him and get him with a tee, and they did.
What's the shakiest flight you've ever been on?
Oh, the shakiest flight. I don't know. I can't remember.
Did you ever have one that you thought was going down?
Yeah. I've had a couple that I got pretty nervous about. Yes, and I'll tell you something funny. I was invited to go down to the Florida-Alabama football game with a couple of buddies of mine who have a private plane. They got it together to scare me. And so when I got there, and I don't know anything about planes, I just get on and ride. They said, we're not quite ready to go. We got something wrong with the oil pan.
Oil pan.
We got something wrong with the oil pan. I said, this thing is not doing right. I said, I don't think we ought to go in this thing private. It's twin engine. I don't think we ought to go if we've got problems with this thing. I think it's going to be okay. Well, they had already planned to dip it. They were going to take the plane, dip it down, which they did. And I was, I was a nervous wreck getting on the plane, and I'd already figured out there was something wrong with the oil pan. I don't even know this. I couldn't pick an oil pan. And they had decided they were going to dip it, and they dipped it. And it wasn't real funny, but
No. I would have been pissed off at that, Wimp. That is not. That is a foul.
I was with them the other day at one of them at Nick Saban's golf tournament in Gus Shores, and he came up and started telling everybody. Of course, he added to it. He added to it. I was about to faint and all that bull crap. He added to the story, but it was. They did do that to me.
They did that to me on the Goodyear blimp one time. I was over Talladega.
Did they really?
Yeah, and it makes that humming sound of whatever keeps the blimp up in the air, the little fans or whatever. It's a constant sound. It's just like.
I'm not sure about.
What they do? Turn it off?
No, they said hey, we're fine. I was going through every crash scenario. Would we float to the ground? They're like, we'd probably lose air pretty quickly. We'd have a pretty hard bump on the ground. But as long as it's and it's fine, we'll be perfectly fine. And then in the middle of my tees on live television, they cut the engines, they cut the fan, and that sound. It went deathly quiet. And
I had
to change my underwear.
We had 4 pilots at Alabama because Coach Bryant wanted 4 pilots on because if 2 were arrested, 2 wanted to go. And Coach Bryant's deal was 2 pilots and 2 engines.
2 pilots and 2 engines. I'll accept nothing less.
Nothing less than 2 pilots. He wouldn't get on a plane that had 2 pilots and 2 engines.
That is funny.
And when Ray came in, Ray worked those. I'm telling you, Ray worked.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard that guy. He never stopped recruiting.
He and Pat were fighting each other. I could talk about that for the whole show, but he worked those guys. I'm telling you, Ray Perkins worked his fanny off, and it was quite different. But when Coach was there, those 4 guys there were 2 rested and 2 ready to go.
The Coach Wimp Sanderson with us each week, courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works, Coach.
Well, Rental Works, the division of Crane Works, has all the equipment you need for a DIY projects, from chainsaws to skid steers. They have it all. David Upton does a great job, and Rental Works does a great job for Crane Works. And appreciate you guys having me on. Sorry, it wasn't a whole lot to talk about today, but we got through it.
It's pretty bad, but we survived.
My goodness, filled 22 minutes. Yeah.
Coach, thank you. Love you.
I don't know if I love you or not.
Okay, bye. That's the Coach Wimp Sanderson of the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And the show's brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. Right now, the greatest offer they've ever had on the air with us over the years they've been with us. Wayne's giving you a chance now to save big bucks on your first service.
It is that old smart pest, Jimmy Dunaway. Nobody wants rodents in their house, right? Crawl spaces, attics, you don't want that. And what Wayne's does with smart pests is they set up a rodent monitoring system. Monitors 24/7. The minute it spots one, it proactively communicates back to Wayne's. They come out, they exterminate and take care of the situation. You don't have to worry about it. If the one thing you notice in all of this, you're not doing anything except calling 866-WAYNES1 and saving $100 when you use the code TNR for the next round. $100 off your initial smart pet service when you call 866-WAYNES1 and use the code TNR.
All right, when we come back, an interesting development with Freddie Freeman, but you heard us talking about a near-death experience with Wimp there flying. You can hear that on a soon-to-be-released Mystery Fifth Hour podcast that we'll have going out, video podcast too as well. Now we've got a video version of the Mystery Fifth Hour that'll be going out soon wherever you get your podcasts with us. So turn on the alerts. Remember to like and subscribe everywhere. And our near-death experiences off of what Wimp was talking about in an upcoming Mystery Fifth Hour. The show being brought to you today by our friends at Precision Sports.
From pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Michelson. 59 days away from college football, but the Braves are heating up. They won last night 5-3 over the Phillies. Matt Olson had 2 home runs in that one. 4 games back of the Mets, who've lost 2 games in a row. Mets have an early game today. That's our Michelson look ahead to baseball. We'll talk a little Freddie Freeman in a second.
I had the conversation with somebody yesterday about Michelson laser vision. They're ready to pull the trigger. If you've been procrastinating, you wear the contacts, you wear the eyeglasses. Now is the time to make the phone call. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got absolutely nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Jen Michelson, Dr. Mark Michelson, they truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Call today, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
More college football with Brad Crawford, 24/7 Sports at the top of the hour. But yesterday, as our show was winding down, Freddie Freeman made a decision. We didn't get a chance to really talk about it yesterday. He decided to get rid of his agency group, the people that represent him, the people that negotiated his big contract with the L.A. Dodgers, but it negotiated him out of Atlanta to L.A. What do you read into this?
Well, you know, we've heard the rumor started once the Freddie deal went down, about a week after, that Freddie's agent, and Casey Close is the lead agent in Freeman's negotiations, that he kind of hid what Atlanta was bringing to the table. And he was the guy that kind of directed Freddie towards Los Angeles. I don't know how much I believe of that, but now Freddie coming off an emotional weekend in Atlanta, to go, you know, radio silent, and actually to have the Players Association, I didn't realize the way they did this. Players Association reaches out to the firm, which is Excel, and says, do not have any more contact with Freddie Freeman.
Yeah, and then they show him as being self-represented.
Yep.
Because he has dropped them.
Here's his quote. Last weekend in Atlanta was a very emotional time for me and my family. I am working through some issues with my longtime agents at Excel. My representation remains a fluid situation, and I will update if needed. That's Freddie Freeman.
Yeah, you know, from the surface, if you don't know all the facts, right, and if you haven't dug in on the surface, it looks like Freddie made this decision, got way more blowback than he thought he was going to, so he made his agents the bad guys. Like, look, they did it, I didn't do it. Now, when you dig in a little bit, you start hearing some things, and you wonder, because Freddie himself, you know, said a few things when he got to L.A. that rubbed Braves fans the wrong way. Apparently, then he and Alex Anthopoulos had this conversation and cleared the air, and Anthopoulos told him some things that apparently Freddie didn't know about the negotiations. And that opened his eyes to this.
You know, if Freddie just would have come out, I know Braves fans were going to be upset because he's such a fixture there for such a long time. But if he would have come out and said, look, I did what I wanted to do, accomplish here in Atlanta. We won a World Series championship. I want to go back home to Southern California. I want to play for this organization. I appreciate everything Atlanta's done for me. I think people would have understood that, especially with the fact that you get Matt Olson, who hit the 2 bombs last night. But
Good timing for that, by the way.
Yeah, really. But when you start to look at the numbers, you know, the Braves initially made a $135 million 5-year offer. They bumped it to $140. The Dodgers come with 6 years, $162. When you do the math, you're getting a better deal in Atlanta.
You're getting a better deal in Atlanta. You could stay. If it wasn't presented to him that way, I understand. But here's the problem with Freddie Freeman, and you guys are commenting about it in the chat room over there. Everyone is, that you're a Dodger now, and the weekend in Atlanta just felt weird. I knew it was going to be emotional. It just felt weird as it went on through the whole thing. he's starting to rub his teammates in L.A. the wrong way. He's starting to rub his clubhouse, the Dodgers, the wrong way.
Well, again, that was a weird press conference, the way Freddie handled it, but I'm not really surprised. I mean, he spent a lot of time there. You would have thought the emotions maybe would have been out of the way before he gets to Atlanta, but probably just overwhelmed in that situation. We'll see how it is. Freddie, from what I've always heard, is a great clubhouse guy.
But you've heard the same things, though, right? You've heard that some Dodger players are not happy with the way this is starting to trend.
Clayton Kershaw really said, "I hope we're not second fiddle."
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, when
he said those words.
You are now a Dodger. Our focus is the team we lost to last year in the NLCS. This is the team that we might have to go through again this year. Your focus needs to be on Los Angeles. Yeah, I get that right now, but I think it's in the moment. I think this will clear up. We got a lot of baseball to go.
No, we're the Los Angeles freaking Dodgers.
And by the way, they're
paying you a boatload of money.
They're done. Yeah. They won't see each other again to the postseason if they see each other at all.
That's crazy. We're not even the All-Star break. It used to be such a good rivalry back and forth. I don't know. When I first saw this story, I haven't immersed myself in the details. So when I first saw the story, I thought, Freddie doesn't like the way this is playing, so he's going to make his agents the bad guys. But when you read into it, I knew about this 1 hour deadline. But I just always assume, and clearly I'm assuming incorrectly, and some of it is based on our experience, though it is a far cry from a Major League Baseball contract.
1 hour deadline's kind of ridiculous.
No, 1 hour deadline is very ridiculous. I mean, we've dealt with deadlines before, never hey, we'll do this 1 hour from now. But
our deadline was moving, wasn't it, Rockstar? May 31st, yeah. June 1st, June 3rd, June 5th.
But I just always assume an agent is operating in concert with the player. Hey, here's what they've offered. It's my opinion, but this is about you, man. You need to tell me what you want to do. It seems like Freddie had given his agents a lot of undue responsibility.
Yep.
And regrets that now.
Sticky situation for Freddie Freeman. We'll jump back into college football on the other side. Brad Crawford will join us video-wise on the flip side, so stay tuned. If you're watching us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch today, always on TuneIn and our app. It brought to you in part today by our friends at Hemp Hill. If something's not flowing right, running right, or draining right, Hemp Hill can be the answer for you.
Yes, Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
10 o'clock Central, hour number 2 of the Next Round are all our platforms. 59 days from week 0. We're in Atlanta for SEC Media Days coming up July 18th. 1 hour from now, we unveil the fans poll. 54 of our listeners and viewers joined all of us here at Double Down Media, and we have our 11th annual preseason rankings. We unveil that 1 hour from now. This hour starts off on the Johnston RV Center hotline with Brad Crawford.
It does indeed. You can see them in person. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Check out those Alpha Wolves as low as $275 a month with approved credit and 10% down. Great pricing on the Coachman Clippers as well, starting at $16,946 with a lifetime warranty. See more at JohnstonRVCenter.com. That's JohnstonRVCenter.com. You read him at 24/7. You can see him on social media at B. Crawford 24/7. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Brad? How are you?
Hey, guys. How we doing? I've seen Top Gun for a 5th time this week, so I'm flying high right now.
Oh, my God. 5 times in a theater. Why so many times, Brad?
Hey, my dad's military. Him and I are into fighter jets, and we were waiting, 2 or 3 years for this movie, man, and it truly delivered.
Yeah, I saw it for the first time this past Sunday night. So where do you rank it with the original?
Oh, it's much better than the original. The original is somewhat campy compared to this new one, man. It's much better planes, F-18 Super Hornet. I'm excited for part 3. After making $1 billion at the box office, they got to have a third.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't know if they could stop now.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, especially with Miles Teller and the height that he's at in Hollywood right now. Have you ever flown in something similar?
I actually missed out on a chance, man. I used to write in newspapers back in 2010, 2011, and I was a sports reporter. So our business reporter and / entertainment at the time got up to, go inside Blue Angels and fly at, Mach 1, 800 miles an hour or so. So I I regret that back from my print media days.
Is there a simulator anywhere like in Huntsville at the space agency or anything that you could get in, or somewhere in NASA or something that you could get in? We can maybe we'll send Brad to camp this summer or something and let him go
camp,
fly.
yeah.
You know, it's funny. I actually work for Paramount, so I've told Paramount that if we do see a Top Gun 3, like, you've got to ship me to the premiere, man. I've got to be there night one.
You mentioned Mach 1, and obviously in film, not giving anything away, you know, they hit Mach 10. Yeah, I mean, what would it take you monetarily to even approach like Mach 8?
So like Mach 10 is like 7,900 miles an hour. And I don't want to give any spoilers, but like Tom Cruise ejecting from that plane at 8,000 miles an hour. I mean, how do you survive that? You know?
Yeah, with both arms and both legs at that point, right?
It looked like he got a little scorched when he walked in the.
He's thirsty.
Yeah, he needs a drink. All right, Brad. So at 24/7 Sports, you've done a lot of work. Obviously, Brad does great work almost every single day.
It sounds like he's always at the movies. But
yeah, I don't know how he does it, going to the movies all the time, but he does great work every single day. We send a lot of it out, and the morning reads that Dunaway does. I want to ask you, the transfer at Alabama, because your most explosive players, you include Jamar Gibbs, right? The transfer at Alabama you think will impact them the most, Jamar Gibbs offensively or Eli Ricks defensively?
So I'm not even sure Eli Ricks is going to start for Bama.
Whoa. You don't think he's going to start?
So, I mean, talking to a few Bama insiders that work for us, I mean, Eli was certainly in the mix this spring, but, I mean, Bama does have some guys in the secondary who are already ballers. And, I mean, Eli Ricks is a top-rated corner transfer. Obviously, he's going to play a ton of snaps, but I think we're going to see somewhat of a rotation there. So I would go with Gibbs, man. You know, I think Bama needed to bring a guy in the backfield after losing Brian Robinson. You know, Trey Sanders, after, you know, some of the turmoil that he's kind of been through in Tuscaloosa, he hasn't been the explosive five-star that maybe a lot of us thought he would be coming out a couple years ago. So, you know, Bama needs that dynamic weapon in the backfield. And, you know, the early returns are in, and Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be that guy.
You know, one of the big questions for this Alabama offense after a decade of just elite wide receivers is who is going to be that guy. Jermaine Burton comes in from Georgia. Watching him last year, he seemed good and solid, but he didn't seem like an elite Alabama wide receiver. Do you think he can take that next step?
I'm sort of with you guys on that. You know, I don't see Bryce Young, you know, having a 5,000-yard, 50-touchdown type season in his Heisman encore. You know, Jermaine Burton's obviously a good fit there. He's going to be wide receiver one, but I don't think he is the splash impact, you know, 1,400-yard guy that maybe Bama coaching staff might expect. You know, I think the kid from Louisville may have possibly better numbers if he gets a certain amount of targets. You know, he's a guy, I think Harrell averaged over 20 yards a catch last season, only had 30 receptions, but, you know, he's a field stretcher. And Harrell's a guy who's closer to a, you know, Jameson Williams type than Burton is, maybe a possession type guy.
A story that we'll have in our morning rounds tomorrow, you go back and you look at the 24/7 rankings of the best top 10 quarterbacks of all time since you guys have been ranking them. And Bryce Young's in there, but there's no Tua Tagovailoa. There's nobody else who's signed with Alabama in there. It's Bryce Young and guys like Brock Berlin, Jimmy Clausen, and, of course, Arch Manning. Is Arch Manning how can he meet expectations, Brad? What does he have to do to meet these expectations that the world has laid out for him?
I mean, I think to be the top-rated quarterback of all time, you know, three guys have been in that 24/7 composite, you know, top-rated player scenario. Him, Vince Young, Quinn Ewers. You have to at least win a Heisman Trophy or a national championship at Texas, right? I mean, in order to meet those, you know, lofty, really outside the stratosphere expectations. Arch is a guy, obviously comes from a good family, NFL background, has all the talent in the world, but, you know, coming in as the number one player of all time at the quarterback spot, obviously expectations are pretty wild for him. And, you know, it's going to be hard to meet that, but I'm sure Steve Sarkisian, that Texas coaching staff fellas, they're going to do all they can to make sure he has the pieces around him, you know, to get it done and get the Longhorns in that Final Four picture.
If you were Greg Sankey and controlled all scheduling, Texas' first game as a conference team. You're probably going to let them play that in Austin, but would you consider it being Ole Miss with the Manning backstory?
Either that or Texas A&M.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, I'd like to see that one too. Yeah.
I mean, both of those games, the storylines would be endless. It would give crazy summer fodder for fellas like us, in the media business. But I'm looking forward to seeing this SEC new scheduling. Whether that happens in 2024, 2025, we should see some really fantastic matchups week in, week out.
I have historically said that Jimbo Fisher is an overrated coach. The expectation this year is after beating Alabama last year, they can finally win the West, go to their first ever SEC championship game, possibly get to a college football playoff. What is your expectation for the Aggies this year?
So Jimbo is, one of 5 active coaches right now with a national championship. So he does have that to his credit. Jameis Winston just about won it by himself that year with Florida State. But, Jimbo's reputation as a developer of a top-end quarterback, he's going to have to do it again. And that's the biggest question for me right now with, putting Texas A&M in the top 5. I had them, I think, 7 in our own rankings, preseason. I think they're pretty much a unanimous top 5 team elsewhere. But, between that, 3-player, I guess you can call it a competition right now between Haynes King and, the freshman and everybody else in that room, I'm just not sure Texas A&M has a guy right now who can, win 4 or 5 games this season against top 25 teams, which is what it's going to take to win the SEC West. So I'd probably have A&M just outside of that playoff picture. I think I had them as a New Year's 6, 10-2 type finish this fall.
We will unveil our fan vote a little bit later on, our viewers and listeners at 11 o'clock, and we've done this many years. One of the toughest teams I had in putting my ballot in out of the SEC was South Carolina and Shane Beamer. I see the jersey behind you there. Where do you project them this year? Because it looks like to me, Brad, that Shane has done everything right in starting his time there. But how does that translate to wins and losses with the schedule that they face?
Yeah, I think the acquisition of Spencer Rattler, 5-star quarterback from OU in December out of the transfer portal was not only surprising, but, if we're going with a baseball type, WAR stat, I think he adds probably 2 wins to this season's schedule. Wow. I think odds makers right now have the Gamecocks at 5.5 wins over under. I've got them 7-5, but I do think South Carolina's closer to a 6-6 type team than an 8-4. There's a ton of swing games. Week 2 at Arkansas is huge. They open the SEC slate at home against Georgia week 3. So that's possibly an 0-2 start with, the football team really not being that bad based on scheduling. So Spencer Rattler has to play well. Jaheim Bell, possible first-round tight end, has to be a, 50-catch, 900-yard, 10-touchdown type guy. But, Shane Beamer has that program headed in the right direction, but I'm not sure if they're going to improve on last season's, 7-win total based on that brutal schedule.
If Tennessee, South Carolina, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and Arkansas all end up 7-5, will any of those fan bases be happy with that? Because they all seem to have these lofty expectations, but that's a realistic number for all those teams.
Yeah, I mean, Ole Miss, it's going to be really hard to match, a 10-2 regular season, first time ever in program history that the Rebels won 10 games. That's not happening again. Even if Jackson Dart, or Altmaier, has a fantastic season, I just don't see Ole Miss winning 10 games again. And right now, you ask anybody in Oxford, 9-3, 10-2 is probably the expectation. And, Lane Kiffin has brought that there. And then Arkansas is a team that, probably is going to enter the AP preseason poll next month or in August inside the top 20. I think rightfully so with KJ Jefferson back. Him and Hendon Hooker at Tennessee are my top 2 quarterbacks in the SEC behind Bryce Young. So, KJ has to play well. And Drew Sanders, the 5-star transfer linebacker from Alabama, I think he's going to be a first-team All-SEC guy for Arkansas and really a guy who, as far as impact transfers go, is going to really turn heads in Fayetteville.
To me, this is an easy answer. We asked this question a couple of weeks ago, though. But in their prime, Jennifer Conley or Kelly McGillis?
No disrespect to McGillis, but Jennifer Conley for sure. Yeah. I mean, she's 50 years old, and she looked 25 in Top Gun Maverick.
She did.
Ridiculous, yeah.
It really was.
We agree with you.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there.
No, I think 25 is a little bit of an Ole Miss misleading expectation
she's a good
there.
Strong 40,
but she looked beautiful. Yes, she did. Yes.
Go follow Brad on Twitter at bcrawford247. Read him at 247sports.com. Great work every single day out of him. Brad, thank you for the time. Always great.
Thanks a lot, fellas.
All right, take care. Brad Crawford with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I mean, it would take a hottie or a toddy to get me to 25 there, but she looked beautiful. She's aged really well.
Yeah, no, she did look a good solid 40, but 25's.
Yeah, she's aged well. You guys agree with me, though. I mean, South Carolina is one of those hard teams in the poll.
Yeah.
We'll unveil it in 45 minutes. That was a tough one to do. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's if you're getting ready for a good Wednesday night.
Rockstar tonight is?
Trivia.
Not only me and Rockstar, Ryan Brown will be there, pinch hitting for Will Haver.
Am I asking the questions? That's what I'm doing, right?
Yeah, you'll be asking the questions.
Okay.
So it will be a full next round I guess, panel tonight to do Odie's Team Trivia. If you've never been before, please come out and join us. It's a ton of fun. If you've been before, you know exactly what we're talking about. Odie's Tavern, a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. Come out a little early, grab a table, enjoy some of the great food from the wings to the burgers to the sandwiches. Rockstar loves the grilled cheese. They've got the corn dogs. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light, inside or outside on that patio. Come out, join us tonight. Odie's Team Trivia, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right. Interesting from Brad, and again, I'll put it in the morning rounds tomorrow. The top quarterbacks in the history of 24/7 composite rankings. Tied for first is Arch Manning and Vince Young. All right. Some of these are familiar. You've heard about Quinn Ewers, also tied for first. They maxed out in the score. Number 4 is Trevor Lawrence, signed with Clemson back in 2018.
I think he lived up to expectations.
Yeah.
People can say what they want, but the guy won a national championship, played for another, and went number 1 overall in the draft.
I don't know how I argue that.
Justin Fields is next, originally signed with Georgia. He's in a tie with, wait for it, Brock Berlin.
I remember how big a deal Brock Berlin was, though. Clearly did not live up to expectations, but I do remember what a big deal he was.
And seemed early on for Miami a solid quarterback.
Yeah.
But, back to Justin Fields real quick. I don't know how you guys felt about Fields, but he was a Heisman finalist. He got Ohio State, I guess, within a play of playing for a national championship.
I respect him. I mean, I don't know if you remember that. Was it the Clemson game where he got popped and was peeing blood at halftime and he was like, hey, I'm still going to play. I mean, he's a tough guy. I think you got to respect at least his toughness.
Terrell Pryor is in the top 10 on the list. I told you Bryce Young is 8th out of the top 10 best all time, the only Alabama guy that shows up on there. Matt Barkley is 9 on the list.
Did not live up to those expectations.
He did. Looked so good his freshman year and just really never got better.
And number 10 on that list is Jimmy Clausen of Notre Dame.
Did not live up to it.
No, but was he the limo?
Yeah.
Was that Jimmy Clausen?
Yeah. Because Casey came first, and then Jimmy was supposed to be the better of the brothers.
Yeah, showed up in the limo, which by today's standards is pretty tame, but back then it was a little showy.
And other than me, who I told you yesterday, I have Texas at 4, don't you get a feeling that Quinn Ewers is going to be more Brock Berlin, Matt Barkley, Jimmy Clausen than he's going to be the rest of those guys? The Terrell Pryors, Justin Fields,
tell you what I'm pulling
Vince Youngs?
I'm pulling for Quinn Ewers to be great because I want to have this major controversy when Arch Manning comes in, because we had somebody on the show last week when Arch first committed say, look, Quinn Ewers will play this year, next year. Arch will, just sit behind Ewers for 1 year. I find that hard to believe that Arch seems like a guy that is going to come in and want to play immediately.
Well, it's not like the Mannings will threat to take or above threatening and taking their ball and going home like they did like they've done with Eli and the Chargers, right? They end up with the Giants. So if yours is tearing it up and is the best thing since sliced bread in Texas is trending towards the playoffs, Arch hasn't signed anything. He could end up going to Georgia still or somewhere else.
And I've seen the women in Austin and the money that he can make there. Hell, he might not come out, after 3 years.
If you just want to go a Manning-to-Manning comparison, we mentioned Brandon Stewart the other day, who couldn't beat out Peyton at Tennessee. They split a lot of time. as freshmen. He transferred to Texas A&M and ended up being a pretty good quarterback for Texas A&M. So, if this doesn't work out for yours, I know he's already transferred once. I think he would have to graduate to be able to transfer again without sitting out.
Or get a waiver. And we don't know we don't know what the NCAA is going to do with the waivers.
Right. So, this could not be the end of the line for him. Just in the other Manning situation, it worked out okay for Brendan Stewart.
Yeah. Worked out okay for Eli, too. Didn't go to the Chargers, went to the Giants, won 2 Super Bowls. All right. Interesting read and good conversation there with Brad Crawford, 24/7 Sports. We'll bring in a guy who I would imagine is still a little hungover from his celebration in Omaha. Mintzy's coming up on the other side. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Champions. I got one more, speaking of Champions, I got one more interesting fact about the USFL game coming up this weekend. At least I found it interesting. But if you're looking to get a workout fitting of a champion, you get it at Champions Boxing and Fitness right there on Highway 119 and Highway 31 in Pelham, the intersection there behind the Purple Onion. This is a fitness and competition training that uses the fundamentals of the sport of boxing. And we had a chance to stop by there recently. You see the gym right there, full-size ring. You get in and throw some punches there. You get an unbelievable workout. Let me tell you how tough of a workout is. If you've ever watched a boxing match, like we'll get Le'Veon Bell and Adrian Peterson in an exhibition fight soon. You watch a 3-minute round, and about halfway through a 3-minute round, at some point, nobody's even throwing a punch anymore. That's how big of a workout it is on these heavy bags and such, and they have all sorts of a fitness training there with USA certified boxing trainers for you there. It is a fitness gym for men and for women. They've got Stephanie, one of the great trainers there for all female classes. And if you want to cross-train, if you're a football, basketball, baseball player and you're out of season, want to do something different other than throwing weights around the gym, Champions Boxing and Fitness can do it right there in Pelham. Call them up, 205-358-8176, or you can look them up on their social media platform. The Facebook and Instagram page is Champions Boxing AL. Interesting fact that I don't know how many of you have noticed, but the Philadelphia Stars, or I should say the Stars themselves, the franchise, I tweeted this out this morning, has played in every USFL championship game. Every one of them. If you go back to 1983, they lose in the championship game. Then they were the champions in 84. The champions in 85. In 83, they lose as the Philadelphia Stars. 84, they win the USFL championship as the Philadelphia Stars. 85, they win it as the Baltimore Stars. And now USFL in 2022, here's the Stars again.
Wow.
They've been in
true dynasty.
They've been in every USFL championship game.
It's a true dynasty.
Isn't that crazy?
Birmingham trying to end that dynasty.
That they are the ones that have matriculated their way back to the USFL championship game as the surprise, really.
I do remember them
made the playoffs
back in the 80s being the dominant franchise.
I didn't look this up, but to me it was, I don't remember the quarterback. Was it Chuck Fusina?
I was going to ask who their star was, the Philly Stars.
Well, it was a running back.
Yeah.
Kelvin Bryant, was
Kelvin
it?
Bryant, yep.
Kelvin Bryant.
That was it.
It was a big stud running back, but I'm trying to remember who their quarterback was, but I can't think of it. Chuck Fusina doesn't seem right, but that's the name that popped to mind. But I do remember Kelvin Bryant being really good for those Stars team. Interesting.
What year did they win it the first time?
They lost in the championship game in 83 and then won it in 84 and 85. And those are the only USFL championship games until the one this weekend. So I just found it interesting.
Here you go. Here's your quarterback.
JM Dog says Jim Mora was the coach of those teams before he built up the Saints.
I think that's right, yeah.
Playoffs? We're always in the playoffs.
Passing Chuck Fusina, yeah.
Yep. Chuck Fusina, how about that?
Yep. Kelvin Bryant was the running back. You guys are right about that.
Hey, pretty good numbers for Fusina back in that day. 65% completion percentage, 31 touchdowns, 9 picks.
Yeah, and 3,400 yards, 3,800 yards his middle year there.
And they never played the USFL championship on a home field. They played them at different stadiums.
Oh, yeah?
Then. Yeah, Mile High was the first one. And then they bounced it around. And they're in Canton this weekend. The Birmingham Stallions trying to win a championship. It would be the second pro football franchise to win a championship, going back to the Birmingham Americans in 1974. Another, I
want another stat.
You're amazed by this. Rob Carlin, I don't know if he's watching or not. He works with NBC Sports up in the D.C. area,
Big
Washington,
Mets
D.C.
Right.
Big Mets fan. He used to work here with me at NBC 13, grew up on Long Island. He points out that the city of Baltimore is the only city in America that has won a Super Bowl, a USFL championship, wait for it, and a Canadian Football League championship. They won the Grey Cup.
How about that?
When
Baltimore?
Baltimore had a CFL team for a little bit.
Was that when the Cudas were playing?
When the Cudas were playing?
Rob could go ahead and retire that stat. We'll never get that one again.
How about that, right? All right, there you go. When we come back, we will talk to Mintzy, who his team, the Ole Miss Rebels, won the baseball championship. What was it like in Omaha? Mintzy from Vegas, I think, joins us next.
No, he's in Oxford. All right, real quick audible. We may have to bump it back just a little bit. Just texted me and said he's filming an interview with the mayor, so we may have to do it right after the viewing menu. That ought to be interesting, but maybe at 10:35.
Yeah,
we'll be okay.
Regardless. Apparently a ticker tape parade today in Oxford. Yes. We'll talk to Mintzy coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you by our friends right there. Adam Mestre, it's Rockstars guy. We'll tell you about Adam a little bit later on, Rockstar. Let's get to break here. We'll do it on the other side. Stay with us.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. Before Rockstar gives his viewing menu, a quick question. And Tyler may help us out here because he looks like the smartest person in the room. My Mac that is no longer sitting here, you've seen it sitting here now for almost a full year, was fully charged last night when I went to bed, and no programs were running. And I kept it plugged up all morning long as I was doing the notes, and it was fully charged when we started the show at 9 Central. It is now down to 5%, and it's not accepting a charge. So my question to you, Tyler, and anyone else.
Going crazy. I look at it. It's going crazy. It's doing all kinds of stuff's popping up and opening. You're not even over there touching it. I think it's possessed by a demon.
So is it possible that a battery just goes bad and no longer holds a charge anymore?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I thought it was a little slower process than what Dunaway's described.
How old is your computer?
Let's see. It's at least a year old, 2 years. It's at least 2 years old, maybe 4.
You want me to take a look at it?
Yeah, Lance can fix it.
let Lance do
a good
that.
punch to the screen will get it going.
Yeah. Good little bang on the wall.
That computer will get called names it's never heard.
Yeah. So it doesn't look like it's charging to me.
I can't tell from here, Jim. But
So,
maybe time for a new computer.
Well, that's what
Macs
Jack
are
is
cheap,
saying.
just get one.
Yeah.
JM Dog says it could be a virus.
That's right. Oh, I thought Apples didn't get viruses. I
Yeah,
thought that was their big thing.
That was why I chose it.
Yeah.
We don't get viruses, do we, Tyler? You seem like a Mac guy.
Yeah.
We don't get viruses.
I like
do we?
how you're just saying Tyler's a big computer guy. You don't know that.
Apple's so accessible. You can just walk right in and get an appointment.
Yeah, you don't have to even
No,
pull a
Lance is
number.
wrong. No, Lance is wrong about that.
Lunsford's MacBook is from 2013. Works perfectly fine. I've never had a device that had a bad battery. My phones have always had amazing batteries. I've never been one of those that had a problem with things.
Your car battery's never died.
Not since the piece of crap $750 Ford LTD battery. That was pretty bad.
That's a pain when your car battery dies.
It does. I've had alternaters go bad, but that's not a battery problem.
That is not a battery.
That's an
That's an
alternator.
alternator. Yep, that's the alternator right there.
Any stocking stuffers go bad on the batteries?
Walkman.
I'll take number 4 on the wall of the Rockstar picture he showed us the other day.
Good.
All right, Rockstar's viewing menu brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, and our friends at New Life Art, pleased to have secured that NIL agreement with Bryce Young to sign a limited number of Daniel A. Moore's Heisman commemorative Crimson Connection. Don't miss out on this release. All you got to do is go to danielmooreart.com for 40 years. Memorable sports art from our friends at New Life Art. And again, we've still got our T-shirt contest going on. Submit and win. Go to nextroundlive.com for that. Submit your T-shirt design from New Life Art.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I forgot we were doing that. Lunsford pointed out that the Baltimore nickname was the Stallions, by the way, in the CFL.
When the Stars moved over?
To finish that
in
circle.
the CFL. I got you. Okay.
So there you go. Go ahead, Rockstar. Viewer menu.
As I was trying to say, I was trying to do this. It's supposed to be my segment, but that's fine. If you want to talk about something that was last segment.
Thank you, Wimp.
Back to the movies I've never seen. I've probably seen 20 minutes of this. 9:30 on Mormax, American Psycho.
Never seen it.
Nope.
It's good. It's overrated, though.
Yeah.
Lunsford, do you think it's overrated? You
Never
don't?
seen it. I know Scott says it's overrated. It's one of those ones where it's like a cult classic that's just overrated.
Kristen Bell's a hell of an actor, but it's overrated.
And do you ever think an actor takes a role for the money?
I don't know, Rockstar.
yeah.
When you think Jalen Brunson's taking the money from the Knicks?
Well, I say that because there's been pictures leaking of a film that's being filmed right now of Ryan Gosling and I wanted to show you him and Margot Robbie.
Yeah, and I will say this: Gosling has not done a lot of bad movies. I mean, most of his stuff has been quality stuff. Wow.
What is Ken?
No, Ken and Barbie.
Ken and Barbie.
Yeah.
It's Ken and Barbie.
You've got to be kidding
not
me.
leaked. These are promoted pictures for the upcoming film, Barbie.
I mean, Margot Robbie pulls it off. I'll give her credit.
I think he pulls it off too.
Yeah, you do.
I mean, how are we
wow.
going to do a Barbie and Ken movie? What's the plot going to be?
I don't, but I can guarantee you this line in the trailer. Whenever the trailer
It's going to be about anatomically correct.
No, what could be on there is just like she's going to say, Ken, you need to get your life together. You need to find out what you're going to do with your life. And he's going to say, you've had over 260 careers.
You think they'll do that?
Or something like that.
What, are their arms going to be weirdly hinged?
Yeah. Sex scene's going to be very awkward.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it really will be.
It's like rubbing wood.
Slicker than that avalanche ice.
But yeah, that's they're filming that and they're releasing all these pictures from the set. It's just,
Hey, how about
I cannot wait.
For a tongue twister for me to nail avalanche ice was pretty good there.
Yeah,
and it actually sounded like.
You think our friend Brad Crawford will go see it 4 times in a week?
Yeah, I don't think
that's insane.
5 times.
He jumped in on that right off the bat too. I'm glad he did. Interesting conversation with him earlier. That's the one that gets me there.
Define get
what
you.
do you mean
Jim?
get you?
Like if he knocked on your, hey, I'm here to fix your.
So I heard you.
My
plumbing
copier?
issue.
I mean, you going straight 1970s porn? I hear you've got a copier
Is
problem.
Is that his legit body right there, or is that?
Yes, I think that's his legit
I
body.
don't know. I don't know if you can get that perfect of a
Gosling's pretty
six-pack.
cut.
Oh yeah, you can. I mean, those guys. You think about it, they've got dietitians, they've got personal trainers,
Steroids.
Do you have underwear with your name on it?
I try.
Calvin Klein did in Back to the Future. Hey, Calvin.
It's written all over your
It's
underwear.
written all over your underwear, Calvin.
What about that hair?
That's what gets me. It's the hair.
No, that's like sun-in.
I don't remember Ken being a bleach blonde. I thought he was a brunette.
I thought he was dark-haired.
But that's not even bleach blonde. That's white.
Y'all remember when Tony Curry did that for a little bit?
I do, yep.
See, that's not bleach blonde. That's like he's the Dragon Queen's brother at that point from Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
That's that white hair.
Ken on his underwear.
Yep.
That's quite the look, man. What about to wear that? That would be a bracket challenge. You just got to wear that vest for a week.
Right.
Well, I
But
could pull it off.
they got yellow rollerblades too. So you want to wear that one with the fanny pack?
I think I'd rather wear that than just that vest for the week, wouldn't you guys?
Me too. I wouldn't want to show off my ab.
Your keg.
Yeah. All right. That's what Rockstar is watching. Is that it, Rockstar?
Yeah, that's it. I was just trying to. I just saw these yesterday. I was like, this is ridiculous.
Okay, Mintzy's moved to the next segment, so we'll catch up to Mintzy in just a second. In NFL news yesterday, Deshaun Watson's hearing with the NFL arbitrator started yesterday. From 2 days ago, Brown thought I thought my suspension was going to be around 6 games. Brown was right. The NFL is recommending at least 1 year. They want it to be an indefinite suspension with 1 year being the minimum. That's what the NFL recommended on Monday, the day before the trial started for Deshaun Watson. So Watson, the trial continues today. This comes on the backside of Baker Mayfield saying again yesterday that both sides, it's basically he went Jimbo Fisher, Nick Saban, we're done. And both sides have agreed to move on. I'm not going to be the quarterback in Cleveland, even if Deshaun gets a year.
Well, so remind me, who's the other option?
Jacoby Brissett.
Jacoby Brissett. Okay, he's actually a solid. I mean, played for the Dolphins some last year.
Not bad,
Yeah.
But you would think that Baker Mayfield's a better option, a guy that won you 11 games back in 2020.
There's no doubt he's a better option than Jacoby Brissett. But now upset Baker Mayfield may not be the better option.
Yeah. Now he did say that if they came and apologized and did some stuff, that maybe the door would still be open. But
you know what's going to be really interesting if Deshaun is suspended this entire season? The last time he took a snap was during the COVID season of 2020. So it will be 2 full seasons going into 2023. I mean,
do you worry about his game losing a little?
You have to.
yeah, I mean, you start at that point, going back to the Colin Kaepernick situation, whether or not wherever you thought on Kaepernick getting another shot, at some point it's just been so long since you've played. These are the greatest players in the world. It's been so long since you've played football that how good can your game be? Can you really take 3 full years off and still be a quarterback? I know what you look like in 2020. Can you still be that guy?
Yeah, at least it wasn't 3 years rehabbing an injury. I'd be concerned about that. His body, there are obvious jokes here that we don't need to make, but his body should be good and fresh. I mean, and well rested. I mean, he's 100% when he comes back physically. I just don't know, have you lost a little mental edge? Have you lost a throwing edge? Is your timing off? How long does that take to get back in it? I don't know the answer to that because, to your point, Dunaway, I don't know that we've ever seen anybody in their prime do this when it wasn't injury-related.
Now, the good news is he's only 26.
Right. He is.
Right. One other note from the NFL. Terry McLaurin?
Yep, McLaurin.
Terry McLaurin of Washington signs a 3-year extension, $71 million. He's now the 5th highest paid receiver in the NFL. I watch NFL football. I'm often on the red zone. I know the guy, but he never resonates with me as being one of the 10 best receivers in the NFL.
To his defense, who's been throwing him the football?
Well, he's had 9 different quarterbacks in 3 years.
Oh, that's fine and dandy.
And none of them are very good.
So I haven't really. I mean, he's the 5th highest paid receiver. So if he was in Green Bay, he'd be the superstar. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, he would be.
Okay.
So 2 of the last 3 years, he's gone 1,000 plus. He's really good. Again, this is just a situation where you haven't had good quarterback play, and receiver money's getting crazy. So, is he a top 10 receiver? Probably not, because there's a lot of great receivers. But when you start to look at the money that's been thrown around, Devontae Adams, A.J. Brown, Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs, Cooper Kupp, Mike Williams, Mike Evans, the list goes on and on and on. McLaurin, another one of these great Ohio State wide receivers, though.
Hey, Brooks makes a really good comparison.
He always does.
But he does. He's smart. Back to Deshaun Watson, Mike Vick. In his prime, non-injury now, he spent a little time in jail. How much was he in?
I think he missed 2 seasons.
Well, he missed 2 seasons, but
I think he was in jail for 18 months. Does that sound too much?
Yeah, I was going to say a year, but it could be. But, he was absolutely in his prime, non-injury, came back and
wasn't the same.
Well, no, he was not the same.
He wasn't the same.
No. I mean, Watson obviously has not been in jail, but that is a great comparison to Mike Vick.
Let me ask you this. If Watson sits out this year, you guys, either one of y'all could have Tom Brady come back another year or Deshaun Watson, or you could have Tua or Deshaun Watson.
I need to see Tua this year. I understand what you're asking me.
I would take Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. The Dolphins almost had him, it appeared, and I was excited about that.
Yeah. I would take Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I think probably 26, 27 organizations would.
Like, I would be lying to you if I said I think I'm eating Thanksgiving turkey and dressing and Tom Brady is still standing upright. I feel like this will be the injury year. I thought last year was going to be. His career is going to end with an injury that shortens the season. That's how the great Tom Brady, he's trending to going out that way. And I'm afraid this will be the year.
He's only been injured once. But he is old.
He's old. I just expect old people to get hurt. Call me, what would that make me, an ageist?
Well, I think realistic is what it makes you.
Realistic. Yeah. All right, Mintzy coming up. He had an interview with the mayor of Oxford.
Think about that. I'm sure the mayor of Oxford was like, what is going on?
Who's this guy screaming at me?
Yes.
What did it sound like, Rock, sir?
I will ask you a couple questions about
So Mintzy on the other side, and we'll talk to him about his Rebels getting a chance to win a championship and why he's not at the World Series of Poker. That's coming up on the other side. And then at the top of the hour, you get it, your poll. We unveil it for you. All 40 teams at 11 o'clock right here on TNR. It's being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right, that wonderful company that will help you navigate these troubling times in American home buying history. Nobody better than Mortgage Right.
Yeah, Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number one when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round as we continue on. Marcus says Dunaway's going to pull a hamstring.
What'd you do?
I don't know. I guess, could you see me down there working on my computer?
Doing cartwheels in here?
Is it working now, Jim? Is it charging?
It seems to. I'm up to 8%, so it seems to be charging.
We'll be there tomorrow. He's there.
Mintzy's there. Let's get to him. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We'll update you on our Cowan Equipment poll questions in just a second. But, Mintzy, I thought you were going to be in Vegas at the World Series of Poker. Has things changed? Are you still heading out there, or did you get bounced early? What happened?
Oh, man, we still going. Fear not. Just, we got a little sidetracked with this Ole Miss baseball national championship, and I've been in the trenches of this program for over 20 years, since fall '01, and I'm out in the left field tailgate in Swayze, and it's been a huge part of my life, and so there was just no chance in hell I'm missing the championship parade today at Oxford. Never thought I'd hear the words Ole Miss and National Championship Parade in Oxford, Mississippi. Once in a lifetime thing, and I actually appreciate y'all. I had to push this 10 minutes. I actually just did a video with the mayor, Robin Tannehill, and in the video she said, "Are you ready, Mintzy, to ride the National Championship Parade in Oxford, Mississippi?" And so I've got my own little float. It's like the team on the bus, and then Ole Miss legends Jake Gibbs and Don Kessinger, and then I'm in the back of the parade. So Life's never
Wait a second. They're treating you like Santa at the Macy's parade?
Bringing in Christmas.
Yep.
Well deserved. I guess this probably is a silly question. I don't know who you pull for professionally, but in your sports life as a fan, is this your top moment?
The only one I've said that would come close to it that's right there is I've been a lifelong New Orleans Saints fan and New Orleans guy, and the Saints Super Bowl after Katrina, in 2009. I went to that, and I was at the NFC Championship when they went Favre through the interception in the Superdome and the emotion there. I mean, that one's right there with this too, for sure. Obviously, I was not near the presence that I am for this, though. Like, I feel like I'm way more all over this. I was just a regular fan of that one. But yeah, that the Saints Super Bowl though will always, be right there. So that's the only other event I'd mention that's right there with this.
Mintzy is with us. Ben Mintz at Barstool Mintzy on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Can you describe to us when that last pitch was called a strike? The emotion, just that moment. Can you describe that to us when you knew they were the national champion?
It was just pure joy and elation. So it was weird. It was kind of a whirlwind because it didn't get built up mentally as like a pressure moment as much because Ole Miss was losing going to the bottom of the eighth, and they scored 3 runs with the 2 pass balls, and so they scored, and then they went right out for the ninth to pitch for the title, and so it wasn't. I don't know. I felt like it wasn't. It happened so fast that it didn't get built up, mentally with like anxiety and stuff. But it was just pure joy and elation. It was kind of like lightning, like it happened real quick. Like, I mean, tons of Ole Miss fans are in tears just losing it. Because Ole Miss, I mean, they hadn't won a title in the 3 major sports in my lifetime, literally. I mean, it's like since the 60s. And so, I mean, you've got 50 and 60-year-old men that have never seen this stuff. And so people are losing it. The emotion of it really hit me like 4 or 5 hours later when I kind of took it in because it was such a whirlwind. But I mean, I just can't get over a world where the Ole Miss Rebels are national champions. I mean, I've been, being an Ole Miss fan, I've like trained my brain through the years to just like be super positive when we're winning. As long as we're competing and doing well, I'm real happy. I'm not one of those championship or bust type fans that you see, Alabama and LSU and all that. And so this is kind of something that's just beyond my wildest dreams. And, I was hanging out with Tim Elko last night, and we're real close, and he was saying it hadn't sunk in for him yet. He was like, I just feel like I'm ready to play another game tomorrow. It feels weird, like it's actually over. He's like, I don't, we were just on such a roll. He's like, I feel like I should be playing more baseball tomorrow. But it's the Rebs are the champs, and Oxford is going to bust the seams today. Parade around town in the square at 5:15, and then huge celebration at Swayze Field tonight.
I know you occasionally will eat a good meal. Do you drink it all? Because we're still getting to know you. You don't drink it all. So what was?
No. I used to. I quit 2.5. I quit like 2.5 years ago.
I'm sure there was a story there, right?
Yeah.
It really wasn't like I didn't have like a monster problem, but I mean, I was always a 3 or 4 day a week, drinker and social drinker, and I actually like quit during COVID to try to like lose some weight and get a little healthier. And it was late April of 2020, and I was planning to quit for 3 months. And then 6 weeks in, I just felt reborn mentally, I guess, because I've been drinking for 20 years, so probably done a lot of damage. And then I got hired by ESPN Baton Rouge. And I laid it down there like, hey, I'm taking this real serious. Like, you see me in public, say hello, but, like, don't buy me a drink. And then, I was still, not drinking. And then I got hired by Barstool in October of 2020. And right when I got hired by Barstool, I'm like, well, I guess I just don't drink alcohol anymore. What just happened in my life when all this happened. So, but, yeah, it's just.
So how did you celebrate? Did you get a great meal, a dessert? Obviously, you were around a bunch of people who were drinking, I assume.
Oh, yeah, you're right about that. But it doesn't bother me. I don't even really see it. Like, I kind of don't even see it mentally. But, yeah, the celebration, though, so I still go to the bars, hang out with everybody, and have a blast. And the best part of the celebration was I'm good friends with a bunch of guys on the team. And I went to meet them at Blatt's, the bar across the street from Charles Schwab in Omaha. And I caught them in the street as they were walking into Rocco's, the other bar, the bar where Ole Miss had the 18,000 Kelly shot. And I got in line with the back of the team as I was walking into the bar when they won the title. And when the team walked in and me behind, I mean, this place went freaking nuts. And the craziest part, I got to be honest, craziest part about it all was everybody was going nuts when the team walked in, and then the entire bar was Mintzy chant when I walked in. Dude, it was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Okay, so
I was like, what is going on here?
So you didn't have an expectation to win a national championship. What about heading to Vegas? What is your expectation for the World Series of Poker?
I played the main event. This is going to be my 7th World Series of Poker main event. In 2011, I got 75th for 90K, and in 2018, I got 327th for like 40K, and then the other 4 times I didn't do anything. So lifetime, I'm a solid 60K winner in my life in it. I'll be honest, I hadn't got to play much poker this year because of how busy I've been with work. But I'm going to get out there. I'm flying out there Friday. The main event starts on Wednesday, so I'm going to play a $1,000 WSOP mini main event Friday. And then I'm going to play another, $1,000 event. I need to just get some hands in to warm up. You just can't show up cold at the 10K main event. Do well. But I still feel good about it. I don't want to sound like I'm conceding anything. I mean, I've done well in the main twice. I've got the confidence. I've known I've done it before. It's not anything new to me, And so, look, my thoughts are if Ole Miss can win a national title, why can't I make a third run in the main? I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm final table it or win it. But I do think, making a run and cashing and, getting, I think all that's very important.
Now, is the trip funded by Barstool?
I get to expense some stuff. I got some hookups with friends on rooms and stuff, but they pay for my flight. And then we have a Barstool Poker podcast called Cracking Aces, and I'll be doing content for that, like interviewing Phil Hellmuth and Daniel Negreanu. And, I'll be doing videos, like end-of-day videos, like, hey, here are the key hands today. And, but, yeah, they let us expense it. Poker, it's like a minor thing. I mean, we definitely have a pod and it's fun, but, poker doesn't really – I mean, it doesn't, it's not like a huge revenue driver for Barstool. But, yeah, but they will let me spend some stuff.
What are you throwing off? Are you throwing candy off the float? Beads? Do you have time to play?
I'm not. I think I'm in a Jeep. So the team's in like a big double-decker bus. And I'm like in a Jeep, I believe. And I don't really know. I'm just like riding around. I just met with them, and I mean, this is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Are you kidding me? I'm riding in the freaking parade. What the hell is going on?
It's crazy.
That's amazing. Nuts. I would get a bunch of gallons of water real quick, Mintzy, and get you a red Solo cup and just all the way down. Yep. Just do the Swayze shower all the way down, man. That's what I'd be doing the whole time.
That's a good idea. Well, so I'm so excited to ride this. So Barstool history, Jared Carabas rode in the 18 parade with the Red Sox. So I'm the second ever to get to ride in a parade.
Yeah. Wow. The King of the South. Mintzy, thank you. Congrats. Enjoy the poker.
King of the South.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let me know. I'll come on. I know Monday y'all are probably out, but let me know. I'll come. I'd like to come on maybe Tuesday or something. Yeah, I can come on and talk to the main event there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Y'all show's 2 hours ahead. And so, I'd be able to come on in the morning before I play.
Okay. We'll definitely do it. I'll shoot you a text.
All right. Thank y'all for having me.
Thanks, Mintzy. See you, buddy. Barstool Mintzy on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Absolutely broke the mold with that guy.
Yeah, breakfast buffet with Mintzy will be great from Vegas, man. It'll be fantastic.
Eggs, sausage, and stuff like that.
You're getting better. That's getting better,
Canadian bacon. Canadian bacon.
The more you do it, that's getting better.
That is Animal from the Muppets.
He is the freaking into the Ole Miss Championship parade,
the
man.
mayor tells him. I mean, what kind of world is this guy living in?
Oh, that's fantastic. Every fan's dream right there to be in your team's championship parade. Who's going to win the championship? Who's in our top 40? We unveil your poll when we come back. Part of our show being brought to you, as I said, by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Cowan Equipment bring you our poll questions every day. Yesterday we asked you, how many jobs have you had? It was sort of near the end of our show. And I think 6 to 10, last I saw, was leading the vote, that most of our viewers have only had 6 to 10 jobs their whole life.
That sounds about right. If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC Championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The World Games are coming to Alabama, kicking off with an all-star celebration. Featuring Grammy Award winner Nelly, joined by Bootsy Collins, Alabama, Sarah Evans, Sheila E., Tony, Yolanda Adams, and Sharif Simmons. And a highlight of the official theme song, Hope of Alabama. An epic celebration for an epic event. The opening ceremony of the World Games at Birmingham's Protective Stadium, July 7th. Get your tickets now at twg2022.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to decide to ride on decidetορide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, here we go. Halfway through the show.
Hour number 3 today, 59 days away from the start of the college football season. We're moments away from rolling out our 40 and 40, and we're doing it different this year. We're going to give you the entire rankings today and then start our countdown tomorrow, 40 to 1. Tomorrow will be 40 shows away from our Guaranteed Friday and the Week 0 weekend, so we're close to football. But let's do the headlines first. It's brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. They bring you this hour of the show every day. Sterling and his crew down there ready to help you for lunch and dinner today. Tailgates during the football season not far away. Office parties, birthday parties, parties at your house. Whatever you have going on in your life, Champy's Chicken can cater that for you or just serve you a great meal. Wonderful chicken fingers. He soaks in a great brine, that southern fried chicken that he fries up for you every day. You can get grilled chicken if you ask for it. They got the Mississippi Delta tamales. They got po' boys, chicken sandwiches, a great menu of sides and vegetables as well. Wonderful desserts that are made specifically for Champy's Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Check out that entire menu at champyschicken.com. Here are the headlines for you. Mike Leach gets a contract extension at Mississippi State, 2-year extension. He's making $5.5 million through 2025 now. The contract was going to end December 31st of 2023. Also out there, Mintzy is in the Ole Miss Championship parade that is ongoing over there. He's the Santa of the parade. So Ole Miss is celebrating their championship today. Atlanta baseball, they win 5-3 over Philadelphia last night. Matt Olson with 2 home runs. They play again tonight in Philadelphia, 4 games back of the Mets. Speaking of Matt Olson, he replaced Freddie Freeman. Freeman announcing yesterday he has put on pause his representation, XL Sports Management, the folks that negotiated him out of Atlanta to Los Angeles. Kenley Jensen, it's happened to him again. He's on the IL for irregular heartbeat. Had his second heart procedure back in 2018 when he was with your Dodgers. Not a great sign right there for Kenley after blowing that 9th-inning lead Sunday night to the Dodgers.
Yeah, it was his 4th blown save in 24 attempts this year. He's pitched well. A.J. Minter, gets the save last night. He looks like he's going to be the guy, maybe Will Smith. But this is scary when you look at Kenley Jansen. He's only 34 years old, and you're talking about possibly a 3rd procedure already on his heart.
Yeah.
You just wonder if he shuts it down sooner than later. That's scary.
It is. So something to keep an eye on for the Braves as they are all of a sudden in a very good position. All right, those are your headlines. The show being brought to you by Bromberg's. We're about to get into our college football discussion. Guest-free the rest of the way. We'll open up the phone lines in the final hour at 205-734-0923. I'll give you that number again in a little bit. Bromberg's will do your championship rings or your, of course, our friends. If you're popping the question, no place better to go than Bromberg's.
Yeah, I just saw Bromberg's behind us. It was great timing there on the signage behind us. Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. If you're looking to pop the question, you need to go see the diamond specialist. That is Bromberg's. 2 locations, Mountainbrook at the Summit. You can also shop online, brombergs.com. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's.
We need to get Bromberg's to make Mintzy a championship ring. I don't think he'll get he's in the parade, but I doubt he gets a championship ring. But if Bromberg's can make him a replica Ole Miss championship ring, Mintzy might cry.
Who's going to pay for it?
I was assuming Bromberg's when I brought that up.
That's interesting. All right. Before we do the unveiling of our 40 and 40, here are other teams that got a vote. I will tell you, as the guy who tabulates these, hats off to some of you who, in the 30 to 40 range, stretch the envelope a little bit. Toledo had a vote.
Okay.
Miami of Ohio had a vote. Vanderbilt got a vote in our top 40.
Was that a joke?
North Texas, Northern Illinois, Arizona, Wyoming.
Vanderbilt got a vote.
Central Michigan, Illinois, Arizona State, Nevada, Navy, Liberty, Missouri, Stanford, Air Force, Utah State, Appalachian State, Army, SMU, Syracuse, Fresno State, Washington State, Maryland, Oregon State. All those got votes. Others receiving votes here. TCU, Indiana, Boston College, Texas Tech. If you hear your name now, you're not in the top 40. Coastal Carolina, Virginia Tech, West Virginia, Iowa State, not in our top 40 this year.
I'm not surprised.
Matt Campbell.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Take that as a shot.
UTSA, not in our top 40 this year.
That shocks me. I think UTSA is going to win Conference USA this year. I think they're still one of the better Group 5 teams.
Probably doesn't get you in the top 25, but should have you in the top 40. I would agree. If you win Conference USA.
Florida State, not in our top 40 this year.
Well, that may do it for, if that's true, that may do it for our guy down there, right?
Louisiana, the Ragin' Cajuns, not in our top 40 this year.
People think they're going to fall off when Napier leaves and goes to Florida.
Mac Brown's North Carolina, not in our top 40 this year.
Minus Sam Howell.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm surprised by that.
Louisville, not in our top 40 this year.
I barely had them in.
San Diego State, not in our top 40 this year.
That was a good team last year, San Diego State, and they didn't have a single home game. They had to play everything either on an hour away, which was their quote-unquote home stadium, or on the road. They get that home stadium. We talked about it last week. So they were pretty good last year without even playing a home game.
3 more teams that received a lot of votes but didn't get into our top 40. The Auburn Tigers, not in our top 40 this year.
Wow. I mean,
I'm not surprised.
If you an SEC team at number 40 is what record? 7-5, 6-6.
Yeah,
so,
7-5, 6-6.
So that's where you think Auburn's going to be here, is about 6-6, 7-5. If you don't have them in your top 40, and I think I barely had them in.
Right next to them, UCF, not in our top 40 this year.
I think Gus is 9-win Gus for a reason. You could criticize him all you want, but he does seem to find his way to 8 or 9 wins, which would have UCF in the top 40.
I did not have them in my top 40.
Did you not? 9-win Gus?
And the last team that the 41st team, Kansas State, just missing our top 40. A lot of people think that program.
I had them securely in.
All right, so here we go.
All right.
Rockstar, if we got any music, here's the first page.
Music.
31 through 40.
It's done away.
Yeah. Something in the background here. 31 through 40. Here it is, our 40 and 40 countdown in its entirety. Up first, these teams are in. South Carolina at number 40. A lot of love for Shane Beamer's team.
I didn't have them in. I thought about, with the announcement of Bill Clark flipping UAB to South Carolina possibly. I mean, you saw what they were able to do last year. And I remember at this time last year talking about Arkansas had this incredible first year under Sam Pittman. And although they might be better in year 2, the record might be worse. I think the same for South Carolina this year. 7-6 last year, surprised everyone. They've got a quarterback that we've seen at times really good in Spencer Rattler, but at times really inconsistent. I'm not surprised they're in the top 40.
Should be noted that most of these votes came in before Bill Clark announced his retirement. 39 is UAB.
I mean, Brian Vincent is an unknown. Bill Clark was the glue of that program. So I think they are a huge unknown. Brian Vincent on the show tomorrow, by the way. So, we'll talk to him about this.
Top 40 team. Boise State is at 38. I didn't have Boise State in mind.
I didn't either.
I think I did have Boise. I had Boise at 37, so about right for me. Hank Bachmeier is back. Andy Avalos, his second year as head coach. I mean, look, it's just one of those programs that seems to just continue to, even during transition. I mean, they had a bad year last year at 7-5, but I think they're going to be a little bit better than 7-5 last year.
And again, this is a viewer-listener poll. 54 of you were part of our selected cross-section of voters, depending on your fan base a little bit there. Boise State's a little bit of a name brand. Virginia's 37. If you watch our show, there's a lot of love for the Cavalier, the Wahoo quarterback.
Really good quarterback, Brennan Armstrong is. And if you have not watched Virginia play, they have got one of the largest tight ends in the history of football. And Armstrong just throws to him all the time.
Is he like 6'7"?
He's massive.
Yeah.
I'd have to go look at what his actual size is. He looks like he's 6'10".
Yeah, that's the former Mississippi State quarterback.
No. It's a different guy. Yeah.
Okay. Nebraska is in at number 36. Zach's not happy with Nebraska being in the top 40. I think this is a good place for Nebraska to be. I think they're a top 40 team.
I do too. I have them at 36. Again, in 5 years, Scott Frost is yet to get them to 500. They're coming off a 1-8 in conference last year.
but they've been so close. All of these one-possession losses, they need some breaks to go their way, but I think this Nebraska team is a 7-5 team this year.
I thought it was a smart pick by our listeners and viewers there. Minnesota seems a little low to me, Brownie, at 35.
I don't know. I mean, a lot of people think this is going to be a little better Minnesota team. PJ Fleck gets them a little bit closer than they have been. I don't know. I like Tanner Morgan at quarterback.
Yeah, I believe in P.J. Fleck. Tanner Morgan is one of the more experienced quarterbacks in all of college football. He was part of that 11-win team just a couple of years ago. I think Minnesota bounces back. I had him in my top 25. I had him at number 25.
Wow, you had him 10 spots ahead of that. Pittsburgh is at 34. We know about the departures, but you get Keenan Slovis there. From the team that won the ACC last year.
Yeah, I'm really surprised here. Look, I know there's, Mark Whipple, your offensive coordinator, you got to replace. Slovis is not going to be as good as Pickett was last year. You lose Jordan Addison, but I still had him a top 20 team. I had him at number 17. I think Pittsburgh.
Wow, you had Pittsburgh at 17.
Yeah,
well, you may be responsible for them being in this thing all together then.
I might be. I just think Narduzzi is a much better coach than that, and we'll see what happens.
33 is Mississippi State. We've talked a little about Mississippi State already. What do you think of them? That's obviously higher than I had them on my ballot.
I mean, this is probably a 7-5 team at that spot right there. So, I think that's actually, I gave you that stretch of schedule, how brutal it is for State. I think 7-5 is a good step forward for Mike Leach. Will Rogers is going to put up massive numbers. That's what quarterbacks do in Mike Leach's system. The problem is he runs up against 2 or 3 defenses a year where they just can't even move the football hardly.
32 is Florida, and Daniel says, dang, y'all got Florida 32? Give me a break. What do you think of the Gators at 32? It's a name brand for a lot of SEC fans.
Name brand. I didn't have them in my top 40.
You didn't have them in top 40.
I haven't seen, Anthony Richardson, everybody talks about that he's going to be this incredible elite quarterback for Florida. I didn't see it last year. It's year one for Billy Napier. It wasn't a good team last year. I don't know. I think it's going to take a little bit.
Iowa's 31. They seem to be really good every other year. Maybe this is the year they're really good. Let's move on now. Let's go 21 to 30 will be our next graphic here as we get approach the top 25 and get into the top 25. This is our preseason rankings, our 40 and 40, as voted on by you, our viewers and listeners, and all of our members of the Double Down Media folks here. At number 30, the UCLA Bruins. What's up with UCLA in your opinion?
Dorian Thompson-Robinson is back, and Chip Kelly's coming off the best year that he had as UCLA's coach. I had UCLA at number 30.
Number 30 right on then. Cincinnati Brown at 29. Is
complete
that too far, too high for a complete rebuild?
No, I think that's about right. I think this is probably an 8 or 9 win Cincinnati team. I still think they're going to be an okay team, but it is, when you look at their major parts that contributed to that playoff run last year, they're rebuilding just about every single one of those parts. But Fickell is a good football coach.
Yeah, I had Cincinnati at 26 just because I believe in Fickell. They're only returning 9 starters. I mean, they lost a ton. I mean, Ritter at quarterback, Sauce Gardner, maybe the best cornerback in all of football last year. They lost more than half their roster.
Penn State was a hard one for me to tab. I don't know what you're getting from Penn State this year. I don't think they can win in Auburn, who's not in our top 40, but there's Penn State at 28.
I had Penn State at 33. I don't really believe in Penn State. And this is kind of a big year for James Franklin. I don't know how you guys feel, but, they've been on the cusp before. I just don't expect a lot out of Penn State.
Their opener is actually with the number 27 team in our ranking, Purdue. What a good first game.
It really is. It's Thursday night, right?
Thursday
Am I
night.
right about that? Yeah.
We get 27 to 28 in our poll on Thursday night.
Somebody alert ESPN. They can build a graphic, or Fox, whoever's got that game. Look, Jeff Brom is almost the forgotten guy at Purdue. He was the guy that was up for all these jobs. You almost forget him. One thing you can count on recently is they're going to have a really good game-breaking receiver at Purdue.
Yeah.
I don't know why they've been able to kind of channel that, but they have been able to kind of channel that.
But they are losing their top 2 receivers, including David Bell from last year. Squad Aiden O'Connell is back. He's a really good quarterback.
They've been able to find that guy, though, so see if they can.
You want street cred right here in the SEC. There's LSU at 26. Is there anything on paper that says LSU is number 26 for you?
Look, we believe in Brian Kelly. I believe in the talent of LSU. I don't know if LSU is going to be a team that cracks around the top 25. I did not have LSU in my top 40.
Michigan State is 25. Kentucky is 24. Thoughts on those, Michigan State and Kentucky?
All right, so I'll give you a Kentucky thought. All this Will Levis talk and them being 24 do not go hand in hand. I just don't see how those two things can exist. If they get the play from Will Levis that people have led us to think they're going to get from Will Levis with the defense we normally get out of Stoops, this should be at worst a 10-2 team.
Now, Michigan State's been killing the portal. And you know, Kenneth Walker was one of the top, along with Jamison Williams, one of the top portal guys last year. He's gone now. They were 11 wins last year. They lose a ton on offense, but they return 9 on defense. I don't know what you get with Michigan State. You know, I've seen them as high as top 10 in preseason polls, believe it or not. I think this is about right, though.
Hats off to our viewers who voted on this, 54 of you. Wake Forest at 23. Veteran team back from Wake Forest. I don't know if they can match what they did last year, but they are much higher than Pittsburgh, and that was the ACC championship game. Pittsburgh's 34, Wake Forest in at 23. It starts with the quarterback, Sam Hartman.
Yeah, Sam Hartman's really good. They've got 8 starters returning on that team that won 11 games. Dave Clawson is one of the more underrated coaches in all of football, but 14 returning starters for a team that won 11 games. You know, the scoring defense has got to get better. They gave up almost 30 points per game last year. But I think Wake Forest, again, is going to be really solid in the ACC.
Ole Miss is 22. Lane Kiffin is known as a great offensive mind. Who knows who the quarterback's going to be?
And I just assumed it was going to be Jackson Dart when Dart transferred in, and it felt like you wouldn't drop off much from Matt Corral. But everybody you talk to there says do not count out Luke Altmaier, that it is not going to be a shocker if Luke Altmaier is the starter week 1. We saw Altmaier limited time against Auburn when Corral went out hurt in that game. Limited time in the bowl game when Corral went out hurt, and he did not blow my socks off. So Kiffin's got a lot of work if Altmaier's the starting quarterback.
You lose 6 starters on offense. You lose 5 on defense.
Good receivers gone.
Yeah, 2 good receivers and gone, and Sanders and Drummond. Obviously, Matt Corral's gone. Jerry and Ely's gone, but you bring in Zach Evans from TCU, so I think that's almost a wash, or maybe Evans is a little bit better. I don't think they're going to replicate 10 wins, though.
Oklahoma State is 21. Now to our top 20 we go. Oklahoma State, by the way, seems a little low there, maybe, compared to what they had last year.
I've seen people have them around the top 10.
Okay, 20 teams to do here. The top half of our rankings voted on by you, our viewers, and everyone here at Double Down Media. Let's go 11 through 20. At number 20 is Arkansas. You heard Brad Crawford say when the AP poll comes out in August, he thinks Arkansas will be a top 20 team. They're number 20 for us.
Well, look, I know people are excited about KJ Jefferson and the way he continues to progress and what Sam Pittman's been able to do in his first couple of years. All the way, you know, from 3-7 in that 10-game season that people were still shocked by to 9-4 last year. But you lose so much. They lose 8 starters off that defense.
Wisconsin is 19. Until last year, Wisconsin about as consistent as you could be in college football to be a top 15-like team. There they are at 19. Can they get back to running the football?
Well, and that's the big question. That's what they've always hung their hat on. Reading about Wisconsin, though, people are excited about this defense. They feel like this can be easily a top 10 defense nationally and challenge for the top 5.
Well, you know, as bad as last year seemed at 9-4, Graham Mertz is going to be better at quarterback, and Jim Leonard is one of the best defensive coordinators in all of football.
Texas is at 18. Some of you are going to think that's too high, probably. I think it's way too low. I have them as a top 4 team.
That baffles me, by the way.
Yeah, that baffles me too. I don't see them. Again, the Big 12 is going to be wide open this year because I think Oklahoma does take a step back. Texas is going to have to be better, but we haven't seen Quinn Ewers. I don't know what to expect out of Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, 18 from Texas. So what do you think? A lot of people had Texas out of their top 40, really, I think. If I go back and remember it now, or really low in their top 40. 18 seems a good place. Houston's at 17. You've been trumpeting this team in the offseason.
Yeah, look, I mean, they're coming off 12 wins last year. Clayton Tune, I mean, we heard reviews from him from the Manning Passing Academy. This is a really good team. You know, I just haven't seen Dana Holgorsen finish the deal. I haven't seen, a complete season, start to finish. But when you look at Houston, I mean, they've got 12 returning starters. They were 8-0 in the American last year. I think they could be the best Group 5 team, though.
16 is Tennessee. This has been the offseason that we have hyped up the Big Orange.
I had them a little bit higher. I had them at 12th. I really like Hendon Hooker. I am willing to take the L on Josh Heupel, talking about how bad of a hire that was. I think this is a team that will not win the East, but I think Tennessee can finish second in the East this year.
USC is at number 15. It has been the offseason where USC has gotten a lot of headlines.
I had them at 16. Look, I think they're a top 20 team based on schedule and based on some of the additions and based on how excited and how much they believe in this new culture. But, you lose a lot. You lose, obviously your best offensive weapon and Drake London. You lose both of your cornerbacks. You're only returning 5 on defense, 6 on offense. And we'll see really how good Caleb Williams is.
At number 14 is Miami. If USC wasn't on your TV this summer, Miami was.
TVD, Tyler Van Dyke, one of the better underrated, I guess, quarterbacks in the country. And they've just got this whole new injection of energy, I guess, enthusiasm, whatever you want to say, from Mario Cristobal being there.
13 is BYU. That's exactly where they were last year at the end of the year when UAB beat them, and everyone expects BYU to be good, but you've talked many times about what a challenging schedule they have. At number, okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say I had BYU at 8. I think BYU is going to be really, really good.
With that schedule, that puts them deep into the conversation for the playoffs.
Jaron Hall is as good as Zach Wilson was. Jaron Hall is just a step behind him at quarterback, and maybe you see him take that other step. But they've got all 11 returning starters on defense. They've got 8 on offense, and Kalani Sitake's a hell of a coach.
Oregon is 12. They ended up here because a lot of you had them really high, and a lot of you had them really low, and you end up at number 12 that way.
I think people don't know about quarterback. I mean, obviously people in this state look at Bo Nix, and a lot of people think he's a pretty average quarterback. Can he be above average moving out to the Pac-12, playing different defenses, maybe even just a reset in style of offense out there under Dan Lanning?
Baylor is number 11, a little high on my poll. I don't know where you guys were on Baylor.
Adam at 12. Look, 13 returning starters from a 12-win team that won the Big 12 last year.
And now to our top 10 familiar faces here. But we'll start out 1 to 10. At number 10 with the Oklahoma Sooners.
Wow,
there's Oklahoma. Traditionally a top 5 or 6 team. They're at 10.
As low as you'll see Oklahoma. I mean, normally their spot is starting out 4 or 5. I think this is 2 things. The loss of Caleb Williams and people doubting Brent Venables.
Yeah, I like Dylan Gabriel, but I had Oklahoma at 15.
Wow.
So I had them as low as anyone. They've only got 9 returning starters, and I don't know what you're going to get with Venables.
And as you look at that top 10 there, though, Oklahoma is the highest-rated Big 12 team, though. At number 10, you see a lot of Big 12 there, 10, 11, and on down through the 10 to 20. Number 9 is Michigan. Can they do it again at Michigan to be a top 10 team?
I think this is about right. I had them at number 11. Some people believe that, Michigan could be as good as they were last year, but when you lose Aiden Hutchinson, that's a huge loss. Haskins was such a good running back. You've got 8 returning starters on offense, 4 on defense. I don't know if they can replicate the 12-2. I still think Michigan's going to be really good, though.
NC State, everybody buying the offseason hype here at number 8.
I mean, a lot of people are saying this is a team that can challenge Clemson in the ACC. As you can see, we've got Clemson higher than NC State, so most of you believe Clemson gets that edge.
Yeah, I had NC State at number 5. I think NC State is going to be knocking on the door of the college football playoff. 17 returning starters. Devin Leary is a really, really good quarterback.
Last 3 teams out, not in our playoffs. Texas A&M at 7, Notre Dame at 6, and Utah at 5. Let's start with Texas A&M. Brown, your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming Max Johnson is your starting quarterback. That could be a bad assumption. Max Johnson played good at times at LSU, average at times at LSU. Sounds a little bit like the guy that just transferred out of there that could be really good and could be really average. I don't know how much of an upgrade they've got at quarterback right now.
Notre Dame is 6, LT. Can Marcus Freeman hold the Irish that close to the playoffs?
The problem is you lose quarterback in Jack Cohn, who was good last year for that 11-win team. You lose the best safety in football in Kyle Hamilton. You do have 14 returning starters, but is Drew Pine going to be a good enough quarterback to get them back to where they were last year?
Utah is number 5, our first team missing the playoffs. So if you don't think the SEC gets 2 teams into the playoffs this year, Utah's in a good spot.
Well, I think a lot of people liked what they saw out of them in the Rose Bowl and Cam Rising and the way that guy played. He's back for them. Could be the best quarterback in the Pac-12 this year.
Yeah, it could be. And defense is always so good when you look at Utah and a team that returns 12 starters from a 10-win team that was really gaining momentum at the end of the year. And Kyle Whittingham is just a consistent guy.
Clemson is number 4. They're the last team in the rankings that did not get a first-place vote. Nobody put Clemson with any first-place votes. They're number 4.
So you lose Tony Elliott to Virginia. You've got to somehow rehab DJ Uyunglele at quarterback. You lose the defensive coordinator you've had forever to Oklahoma. There's so many. This is the most question marks Dabo Swinney's ever had coming into a season.
Well, I think ETN was such a loss 2 years ago, and you saw kind of the drop with Shipley at running back last year. but you've got 10 returning starters on that offense. The offense was bad last year, but it's got to be better this year.
And you have 3 Walter Camp preseason All-Americans on the defense. So it could be a pretty good little team at number 4. 4 of you put Georgia to repeat as national champions. 4 of you had Georgia number 1 on your ballot. They're at number 3.
Listen, I mean, people are going to doubt Stetson Bennett. They're going to doubt a lot of that offense. But the one thing even losing Dan Lanning, that's still going to be a very solid defense there at Georgia. I think it's going to look a lot like Georgia teams. They run the ball well, they play defense, and Bennett does enough to win games.
Yep, and you got the best tight end in football in Brock Bowers. Such a unique weapon. And, again, once you lose 7 starters off that incredible defense, 15 guys to the NFL, Kirby's just going to be able to restock.
Number 2 is Ohio State. 20 of you had Ohio State number 1 on your ballot. 20 of you put Ohio State number 1.
Including me.
Including me. I had Ohio State number 1, which shows you how many second-place ballots Alabama had. Very few, if any, had Alabama lower than number 2. Ohio State was number 2 in our rankings.
Well, I think TreVeyon Henderson's a guy nobody talks about because the receivers with Wilson and Olave have been so good, and now Smith and Jigba, who maybe is the best wide receiver in college football. So nobody talks about TreVeyon Henderson. The offensive line is going to be one of the best in college football. The defense can only get better with 7 returning starters. To me, it's Ohio State's year.
And 40 of our 64 had Alabama number 1. And they ended up with a total, I think, of 2,536 points when you take 40 points for first-place votes, 39 for second, and so on.
I was one of those number 1 votes. I think Alabama's the best team in the country this year. This was the year a lot of people were pointing to. If anything, Alabama was ahead of schedule last year. You've added in the transfer portal. There are obviously some questions, but this defense, I think, is going to be the best Saban has had in quite a while.
All right, so there it is. Our 40 and 40 for 2022, voted on by mostly our listeners and viewers, 54 of you and then 10 of us, as we roll into the college football season. Thank you for taking the time and participating. We'll get back into that coming up in the 12 o'clock hour and get some of your reaction. Brown will get back on the chat room. You guys have been reacting live with us over there, and we'll go back and relive some of that and break it down a little bit more for you. But trash is coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you by Rockstar's guy, Adam Mestre. Tell us about Adam. I know where he ranks in your heart, Rockstar.
In the top 8%, he makes in my heart. Of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, he is in the top 8% of those agents. Adam is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Trash is coming up on the other side right here on your home for football, the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Heading right to trash after I tell you about my buddy Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. Man, a great guy right there. Who wants to help you out as a family here in Central Alabama. Greg and his wife own Storm Restoration Roofing. It's been locally owned for over 20 years, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust Greg. What I'm talking about there is here's a guy who has built a reputation in the industry of not cutting corners and not trying to jack up prices on the insurance company or on you, the customer. It's a good number to have on standby, too. This number right here, 205-542-3531. Maybe you don't need your roof inspected right now. Maybe you need a roof replaced at some point if you have some storm damage that happens here in the South, right? You want to have a trustworthy guy who's not going to come in from out of town and try to rip you off. Greg backs up his work with great warranties. He's here local. He's not going anywhere. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. Plus, he gives you a free no-cost inspection. You can also look him up on his social media page at Facebook. Just Greg from Pell City. Greg from Pell City. Look him up. Contact him there. He'll give you a free no-cost inspection. Free no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. All right. Still to come. A lot more college football talk. Braves in action tonight. We got day baseball getaway game for the Mets as they're playing a game today. They're actually at home, but it's still a getaway game. Who are they playing? It's not the Astros. It's pretty challenging game because they've lost 2 in a row. Could help the Braves out with another afternoon loss. Anybody off the top of their head know who the Mets?
I do not.
Yeah, I just saw it. I was just looking at these numbers.
I was too. It's in our morning rounds.
I know Walker's pitching for the Mets.
Mets are playing the Astros, Jim.
Is it Astros? I thought the Astros were playing the Yankees. So it's Astros and Mets today. It's a little MLB network game. It's about to start here in a little bit. It should be a fun game. And if you're a Braves fan, you're cheering on the other side of that, cheering for the Astros to get the Mets one more time on the MLB network starting here at the top of the hour. But right now it is trash time. Rockstar, hit the big button.
6 witches that are in our church. And you know what's strange? 3 of you are in this room right now. We got your first name. We got your last name. We even got an address for one of you. You so much as cough wrong, and I'll expose you in front of everybody in this tent, you stinking witch.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, we all need a little help sometimes, and our friends at Mortgage Right ready to lend a hand. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help move you in with confidence and no money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239. So the Eagles, I don't know if you guys have ever seen them in concert. I have not.
I've never seen the Eagles. I'd like to see the Eagles, but it's too late now.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing the Eagles.
Glenn Fry's dead.
Just because, it would have been better with Glenn Fry. Yep. Anyway, they were playing at Hyde Park over the pond a couple of nights ago, and this occurs during an Eagles show.
It's a brawl. I mean, how do you fight during an Eagles show?
No, the ironic thing, look at what was playing.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not taking it easy.
Well, this one big dude with the Eagles shirt on, the guy in the black T-shirt.
You're doing the opposite.
He takes 2 security guards down.
Wow.
Yep.
I can't tell you why.
No.
He was living life in the fast lane.
He was.
Yeah, he had to go back to his hotel in California.
Oh, boo. That was horrible.
He needs to get over it.
Oh, I really wish he'd give you the best of my love.
Well, he's going to be up all night now.
That guy got put right on his Desperado.
Probably another tequila sunrise after that one, right? Okay, I'm done. We've got an Ohio woman paid a thief to steal her car from an auto body shop because she didn't want to pay the $3,500 she owed for the repairs. How much do you think the thief would charge her to steal a car?
I mean,
I've always gone risk versus reward.
Yeah. How much is the repairs?
$3,500.
I don't think she probably said steal the car. I think like, hey, for $30, will you move that car over there? Here's the keys.
Okay. I'll do that for $30. Okay, thank you.
Rockstar just gave it away.
Rockstar.
Key2ville, the owner of Key2's Auto Group in Cincinnati, says 28-year-old Torella Lewis, who you see right there if you're actually watching the next round, brought her car in for repairs, but when it came time to pay, she didn't have the money. The cost was also subject to rise without payment as Lewis risked accumulating additional storage fees while her car just hung out at Veal's shop. Veal said he offered to help her by moving the car to a secondary location where it remained parked while she worked things out. He said, quote, I put it on the street right here for maybe 10 minutes. Then I went into the side of the building. I was walking into the building. I hear the alarm go off like the chirp of the alarm. So I turned around and saw a guy running to get into her front seat. Now, police claimed in an affidavit that Lewis gave the suspect the key to the car and paid him $30 so she could steal it or he could steal it without avoiding the repair cost. Now, here's the interesting thing. Surveillance. I don't know. Do you have the video?
I don't, but I don't understand how my car's stolen. I'm eventually going to get it back. Does that repairs?
I don't think you're going to get out of the repair bill. They've done the work, whether it got stolen or not.
I don't think she really thought this through. But surveillance video showed Veal jogging to the entrance, stood directly in front of the car, says he told the person to get out, but the driver then accelerated into him. He's really worth the $30. And he was dragged down Central Avenue. Veal said, quote, it was definitely an experience while on the ride. Once he hit the brakes, that's when the hard part kicked in. My back still hurts from it. By the way, she's being held on $10,000 bail.
Does he get the money, you think?
I do not think he will get the money.
It's going to be rough.
He'll probably get to keep the car.
It's newly repaired.
Yeah, it's true.
So a house listed last week in the northwest Ohio town of Salina gives new meaning to the phrase jailhouse. The property featured on Zillow Gone Wild listing.
That is a fun website, by the way. Zillow Gone Wild or Twitter handle, whatever it is.
of unusual homes includes 2 jail cells complete with beds that allegedly once housed gangster John Dillinger.
Ooh, interesting.
That's not the only thing unusual about the home, which includes 4 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms. It's 6,500 square feet. Among other features, indoor pool, a sauna, a grotto-style hot tub, and a pub.
Look how wide those chairs are at the dinner table.
No doubt.
In the den. So you see this, and look to you're going to see the next picture is just to the right in this room, just to the right of this room.
Yes, the pool
Nope.
and a jail.
The jail cells.
The jail cells.
What's up with that?
It's just a conversation piece,
Boy,
right?
you think about if that's a bachelor pad and you bring a chick home for the night, she sees that as she running out the door.
Tap out. Yep.
Speaking of a hotel you're checking in and not checking out of.
I do like that setup, though. I don't like indoor pools at all, but look at the bar right by it. I mean,
that's not bad.
Yeah, but how does that smell from that pool not get into that house?
It's like we converted our parking garage into a pool.
Yeah, if you go into any pool, indoor pool, the smell of chlorine just knocks you out.
I do like the sliding doors, the little barn doors.
But now, let me ask you, if you do a saltwater pool inside?
I don't know. I don't know anybody that's done it.
I don't either. So I suppose you can't? I don't know.
I can find out.
Does it just smell like salt?
I do like the gels, though. The more I see it, the more I like it.
That's a cool conversation piece. Kids would like playing in it.
Yep. All right, kids, time for lockup.
Till you lose the key.
Well, you always have extras.
I guess you could play Old Wild West and have the keys on the wall.
Yeah.
And use your belt, try to pull them off.
Lift them off.
Yeah. Sounds like a Mayberry episode.
Hours and hours of fun there. Okay, each year, the Uber Lost and Found Index provides a snapshot of riders' most commonly forgotten and most unique lost items.
Number 1 has to be the phone.
The top 5 most forgotten items: headphones, purse, keys, wallet, and phone. I have left my phone in one Uber before.
Oh, no. How'd you get it back?
The crazy thing, he was a deaf Uber driver.
Well, he couldn't hear your phone ringing. How did you get it back?
No doubt. He just happened to notice. I mean, I was calling and calling and calling nonstop. Yeah. And 30 minutes later, he showed back up. But I cannot make that up. He was a deaf Uber driver.
Huh?
Yeah. The one I left my phone in.
That is fascinating.
That would have been a Dunaway move, right?
Yeah. It would have been, yes.
The top 5 most forgetful cities: Dallas, Indianapolis, Houston, Charlotte, and Austin.
See, I thought you left something in Dallas. Is that where you lost your phone when we were there for the Michigan State game? No?
Nope. Huh. It was here in Birmingham. Some of the most unique forgotten items: tater tots.
I forgot my tater tots.
Damn it, I don't have my tots.
A blanket that says "Life is tough, but so are you."
That's right.
Grandmother's teeth.
Oh.
An Employee of the Month plaque. A breathalyzer. At least they knew their limitations.
That's right. Get the Uber.
10 pounds of hamburger meat.
Oh, how did that smell the next morning?
A stethoscope. And a gag ball.
Oh.
Those are together, by the way.
Stethoscope and the gag ball?
Yeah, those were left together.
Oh, wow.
Can't play doctor
It's
without
a
a
combo.
stethoscope. Yeah.
You're getting one of these tonight, so I don't know what you're getting.
Stethoscope, and then you go, now say ah.
Jeez.
And a video shared in July 2020, former hostess Julia Carol Ann decided to spill the beans about celebrities she had met while working at a, quote, fancy Manhattan restaurant. Okay. Now, in a TikTok rating celebrities, including Hailey Bieber, the Hadid sisters.
She looks like a Jenner to me. I mean, a Kardashian.
We'll get to the Kardashians here in a second. Julia highlighted a not-so-positive experience with the youngest Jenner sibling. Turns out that the very rich Kylie Jenner is apparently extremely stingy.
Oh, no.
Now, she was fine, quote, but she tipped $20 on a $500 bill, Julia alleged.
I would think.
Now,
is this Kylie Jenner I'm looking at, or is this the waitress?
That's Kylie.
Oh, okay.
That's Kylie Jenner.
She's the brunette in the family, the dark-haired one.
Yeah. Do with that information what you will, she went on to say. As a result, she rated Kylie a 2 out of 10 customer. Diners in America are encouraged to leave tips ranging from 15 to 20%, which would have been $100 on that check. Instead, she tipped a whole 4%. Also faring badly in her ratings was Hailey Bieber, who scored a 3.5 out of 10 for not being nice during several interactions. The Hadid sisters, however, were super polite and friendly with the staff, gaining them a 10 out of 10.
Is the Bieber girl, is that Justin's wife?
Yeah, okay. It's Alec Baldwin's daughter.
Okay.
Now, in part 2 of the TikTok tea spilling, Julia also scored Kylie's sister, Kendall Jenner, poorly. She got a 4 out of 10 for being, quote, cold towards the staff and having someone speak for her.
Can you imagine being
Would you tell them what I want to
that off track that you have someone
So
speak, he
ridiculous.
speaks for me?
Or what if it was like this? Like Brown would be giving the order to the waitress, but I would tell Brown, and the waitress is standing right there. Would you please tell her I'd like a burger, French fries?
Don't speak directly to Mr. Dunaway.
Yeah. And then Brown translates it right. Not translate, just says it right to her.
Beyonce,
Jerk here will have a burger and fries.
He's not going to like it.
Beyonce got a 100,000 out of 10 for being
good for her.
extremely polite.
Queen Bee, man. Can't beat Queen Bee.
Time for the final story.
Yeah, absolutely.
Up to 5,000 guests could one day find themselves soaring through the skies in a luxury onboard nuclear-powered flying hotel.
I do not want to be on that thing as it takes off, though.
Look at the planes beside it.
I
Look how
know.
big it is.
This thing is massive. It's
like a cruise ship.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a cruise ship in the sky.
It's even designed like one.
Yeah. But
Boy, if that thing crashes,
20 engines?
I mean, that's going to leave a canyon.
It is. So, instead of lifeboats, do they just have a ton of parachutes in case it goes to crap?
I'll give you the details I've got. So it's got 20 engines powered by nuclear fusion, and it's designed to never to land. I'm confused.
Well, how do I get off?
That's like the
Rockstar?
jet. Hey, you're living there
Conventional
now, I guess.
airliners would ferry passengers to and from the sky cruise, and even running repairs would be carried out in flight.
So there's some sort of docking mechanism where I fly up to it, dock, and wow.
Boy, you'll never see me on this thing.
Not a chance.
I don't think it really
Wait, you haven't
exists.
seen the rooms yet.
Now, the
No, it
promotional
looks
video
cool.
promises restaurants, giant shopping mall in the sky, as well as gyms, theaters, even a swimming
Guys,
pool.
this thing doesn't exist.
No,
It
I've
doesn't
seen
exist.
photos.
These are draw-ups of
Yeah.
this is what we're trying to work on. I'm not saying they exist yet, but this is what we're working on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no thank you.
Yeah. All right, that's Trash Today, brought to you by
Our friends at Mortgage Right. If you are in the housing market, you need to check out Mortgage Right. Guys that have been with us since day one. They put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage, priority number one when you want to buy a home. And with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
All right, over in the chat room, Kevin says that's just like Snowpiercer, apparently, but with a plane.
Never stops.
Never stops. All right, we're back in a moment, and then we'll continue to break down our 40 and 40 release in the final hour of the show. LT has 4 downs. This hour brought to you by Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go check them out for lunch or dinner, champy'schicken.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Okay, approaching the top of the hour here, I want to ask LT what he thinks about the Adrian Peterson and Le'Veon Bell fight after he tells us about Dr. B that's getting his hair in shape.
Yeah, hey, look, again, if you know someone that's thinning a little bit, go on and give them a heads up, because a preemptive strike with Dr. B is the way to go. Look, with age, for most comes a little hair loss. When it started to happen to me, I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over my options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which I used on the couch last night. It will help increase thickness and health of my hair. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. And make sure you tell Dr. B the Next Round sent you.
You've paid and watched a lot of events over your life. Will you watch the Adrian Peterson, Le'Veon Bell exhibition boxing match? Would you pay for that?
I would not pay for that. If it happens to be on and I'm just hanging out, I might take a look at it.
Are they legit charging for it?
I don't know how it's going to be delivered to me, but those two guys were sort of icons in the heart of my fantasy football fandom, and they were studs at different times.
They really were.
They would help you win your fantasy football in a heartbeat on a Sunday.
There was a minute where both of those guys at a given time were the best running back in the league.
Yeah, I would list Adrian Peterson as a minus 150 favorite. He's a little older, but
I'm just judging, just close my eyes and look at him. Peterson seems much larger than Le'Veon Bell to me. Didn't Peterson play it? I mean, wasn't he like 6'2"?
I don't think he was that tall.
Don't you think he's much larger than Le'Veon Bell?
I think Peterson's probably 6'5", 235. Le'Veon's 5'11", probably
6'1", 220 is Adrian Peterson.
Okay.
I
don't have his reach.
I just believe that boxing is a hard exhibition to put on and it look good, you know? I think we take for granted how really talented the boxers are.
How about Le'Veon Bell, 6'1", 225? He's actually bigger.
Oh, I would have pitched it in 5'10".
I know. I'm with you. I would have thought Peterson is much larger. He's actually slightly smaller.
Yeah, crazy. All right, when we come back into college football, and LT has our 4 downs. We'll get to that coming up next. Already on the show, Wimp Sanderson, Brad Crawford from 24/7 Sports, and Mintzy. It's all podcasted at nextroundlive.com. This is TNR, brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. Sounds like I've had 6 or 7 of them.
Gee whiz.
Bud Light, 0 carbs, 80 calories. I could burp right now and just send us all running. We're back in a second. Stay with us.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Our buddy Matt Smith, Southern Pigskin, up in Nashville, just sent out this poll question. At what odds would you take the field against Alabama, Georgia, and Ohio State to win the national championship? We just unveiled our 40 and 40 teams, and those are our top three teams as well, Alabama, Ohio State, and Georgia. What odds, LT, you're good at this, would you take the rest of college football not getting those three teams to win the championship?
I would take 3.5 or 4 to 1.
That's pretty steep odds, right?
Yeah.
And feel good about who?
I don't think I'd feel good about
anybody
either. Yeah,
you're just taking the odds just in case.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah, I mean, if you give me even odds and I get just Alabama and Ohio State, I feel good. I think one of those two teams will win the national
So you think it's either Alabama and Ohio State?
I do.
So it maybe that won't be who it ends up being, who they end up playing. It may not be Alabama, Ohio State in the national championship game, but you feel like one of them will ascend to the top.
I do. I mean, you guys think about it logically with Georgia, although they've got a ton of talent and they just won a national championship. It was 41 years between national championships, and you just don't see a lot of back-to-back national championships in any sport.
Yeah, I mean, it does not point towards Georgia. There's no doubt about it because of what Lance just talked about. However, if I were going to do one of those, I would want Georgia on my side, no doubt.
Before we do the headlines, the Shepherd writes in on Twitter, I get tickled with all the Arkansas and Ole Miss love, but I think the last time Auburn lost to either one of them was 2015.
You know, that's a point I think Neil McCready made on the show before when he was on talking about Ole Miss and their fans starting to count up wins, and Auburn has struggled, and you say, okay, well, we beat Auburn. Well, Ole Miss hasn't beaten Auburn in quite a while. Auburn has owned that series. I mean, sometimes those things matter. There's a reason. I don't know what it is, but there's a reason Ole Miss can't get over that Auburn hump.
I really think until the Iron Bowl, I believe I was at the Auburn-Ole Miss game. That was Jordan Hare this past year. I think that was an unbelievable atmosphere at night, I believe.
Yeah.
Isn't that the one with
Auburn-Ole Miss?
Yeah, really good game.
Corral went out. Yeah. Altmaier came in for a little bit. Auburn got the win,
But I think that was where they really did the light show, the night game light show between the third and fourth quarter that was insane with the student section, the whole crowd. It was a good atmosphere, big win for Auburn this past year. Brown will get some of your comments to the 40 and 40 ready to go in the segment after this one. But first, our headlines brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Hey, cap it, don't snap it. Call our good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Gutter Cap is a patent aluminum cover system. Fits over most existing gutters, keeping out debris. Eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. Stay off the dangerous ladder. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call Chris Stewart today, 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Alabama picks up a four-star linebacker from junior college. Justin Jefferson is leaving Pearl River. He'll come to Tuscaloosa. That pickup there. UTSA, you folks in Conference USA, UAB fans, remember Gregory Clayton, a Roadrunner wide receiver, 5'10", 185. He is leaving UTSA to go to LSU. Florence High School star D. Beckwith started his college career at Tennessee. He is now on the Kentucky roster. Kentucky also picks up Raymond Jefferson, who is from Sam Houston State, had 1,200 rushing yards last year for a really good FCS team in Sam Houston State, so maybe a guy to keep an eye on there. at Kentucky. Mike Leach gets a 2-year contract extension through 2025. He's 7-11 in SEC games. The state of North Carolina has offered the Atlantic Coast Conference $15 million to relocate their offices in Charlotte, from Raleigh to Charlotte. They're making that bid because Orlando is putting together a package to try to move the ACC offices from Raleigh to Orlando or Greensboro, wherever the offices are.
Why wouldn't you just build them a nicer, newer facility where they are right now? I don't get why you're moving them within your state.
They want to. They want to change offices. They want to. Is it Greensboro where they are?
You know, I think it is, Jim, but I'm not 100% certain.
They want out of the city they're at, and I think the two finalists are Charlotte and Orlando. So from the story I was reading, $15 million incentive to stay in the state of North Carolina. The ACC offices in Orlando just don't sound right.
That doesn't sound right.
I mean, your only footprint in the state of Florida is Florida State and Miami.
Yeah. Do you guys have any idea if the Pac-12 still resides in San Francisco in that expensive building?
I do not.
The lease is running out, but they have decided they are moving out.
Yeah,
I would imagine.
Yeah, but that lease is running out. You know,
Greensboro is the answer. That's where they're currently located.
I mean, I would even go Atlanta before I would go Orlando.
I would too.
If I was them. They got Georgia Tech, and it's easy to fly in. But Charlotte's easy to fly in too as well. So interesting to keep an eye on that. Baseball, Braves win last night. They're 4 back. The Mets game is about to get going as they battle the Astros. In fact, it is underway there.
You know, it's weird that when those conferences talk about moving offices, it's just, you think about how many families you just uproot. Like, you know,
if Birmingham moved, if the SEC moved from Birmingham to Nashville.
Yeah, all those people live, you know, our friends, Chuck Dunlap, Herb Vincent, you know, Greg Sankey, all those people have put down roots in this community. And you just uproot them and move them to another city. It just feels strange. And I know corporations do that all the time. They move their offices and people have to make tough decisions.
Be really tough, man. I think all of us, well, I guess Dunaway moved for a little bit in your career to start out. And I guess it's a little bit different when you don't have a family.
Ironically, I worked in Lexington, Kentucky.
Yeah. But I do think it would be difficult if you're established, you've got a wife and kids, to just uproot everything.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems weird. What are they going to benefit from being elsewhere? That's what I would ask. Like a lot of people say, SEC office needs to move out of Birmingham. It's not going to affect them one way or the other. Now, maybe they want to.
How important is it for your office to be somewhere in the SEC footprint or the ACC footprint or something?
I don't know. I mean, really, what is actually done in that office that can't be done anywhere?
Right. Like if they were all...
I mean, the coaches come in once a year.
If they were all in the financial district of New York,
would it matter?
It seems like it would make even more sense if they were all next door to each other.
Now, I do think the SEC office downtown is full. Like, I've heard that they have space issues down there. I haven't really been in there and toured it lately.
Oh, I bet they do.
But I've heard they've got space issues, and there's not a whole lot of room to expand down there.
In 2022, and we saw this in 2020, I mean, you can do your work from anywhere.
You can.
Yeah. And keep in mind that area down there, which used to be an easy drive and plenty of parking down there, is not the same anymore.
No, the parking has shrunk. They've got those reserved spaces there in that deck, but still.
Yep.
And this next couple of weeks in particular, probably going to be a huge mess for them.
I would like to invite the SEC to move their office right here to the Blue Lake Center.
We'll find a whole floor for them, right?
Yeah.
We sumo wrestled in one of their offices.
Yeah. Hey, that office is warm, by the way.
We'll negotiate.
I can't find Sam. I've looked for him for 2 days.
Yeah.
You tell Greg Sankey next time you talk to him, if they move their offices to the Blue Lake Center here with us, we will give them next round sweatshirts to wear on appropriate days in the office. Caleb is in Carrollton. He's on the Johnston RV Center.com hotline. We appreciate Caleb being with us at 205-734-0923. Caleb, what's up, man?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Awesome. You good?
I'm good, man. Well, first, I was going to call in and ask about, Brian Harsin. If he has less than 8 wins, do you guys think this is over? And I got on Twitter about 15 minutes ago for the first time in about a week. And I wanted to call in now just to defend you guys a little bit. I know you don't need me to defend you. I'll preface this by saying I'm someone who I'm on the complete opposite spectrum of Clay Travis. I am me and Clay Travis are probably polar opposites politically, but I've listened to you guys for probably 6 years now. I listen to you guys every day. And I love the show, and I love you guys. And just I don't know. I guess I just wanted to let everybody know that it's okay to listen to somebody or enjoy somebody that you may not agree with politically. I know you guys don't dig into politics on the show, but I got online and just saw the people that listen. A lot of people, some people on Twitter, disparaging the viewers and listeners of this show, and I just wanted to remind people that it is okay to talk to somebody you disagree with.
Yeah, I think we need a lot more of that, Caleb. I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah. In fact, that's sort of the way the democracy was founded, right? That you're supposed to put 100 people that don't see eye to eye in the U.S. Senate, and they're supposed to do what's best for the country. Going political with you there. And I think, we can all gather a 50-50 split at the Iron Bowl back in the day in Birmingham, and 60% of the stadium cheering for Alabama and 40% of the stadium cheering for Auburn, and we all have a good Saturday afternoon. We all go somewhere else to make America great. I am strong enough not to be offended by people that disagree with me. I mean, I can disagree with you. You disagree with me, and on the next segment of the show, we can sit and laugh about anything else. I don't agree 100% with these guys. These guys don't agree 100% with me, but we make it work on a day in and day out basis. I wish America was more like this show.
100%.
Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Well, this goes back to last night.
Yeah, I'll give a quick background. Yeah. I've been asked by Barrett Sports Media to write a media column for them. I wrote one about, my wish that ESPN would steer away from politics and just show me sports, and it blew up. And and I even said it in the column, I knew it would. I didn't know it would blow up to the extent it did, but it did. If you want to go look at it all on Twitter, just go hit my timeline. You could probably find it there. I didn't intend for it to spill over into the show. I appreciate Caleb's kind words. He didn't have to say that. But it's very nice of him to say.
It turned into a Clay Travis thing. And
a lot of times it
tried
does.
to get the back of both you and Clay, and then I had to go to dinner. I don't have time for Twitter feuds. I just don't.
I appreciate Lance getting my back until dinner called.
Yeah, well, no, I injected twice, and then it was just, it was enough.
Our show is brought to you in part by our friends at Vulcan Tires. They bring you 4 downs every day. LT's got them for us today. They've got the tires and a 5th location on the way.
Yeah, 4 locations. That 5th location, it is coming to Pell City. Anything you need, bumper to bumper, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it for you and your family, locally owned and operated. Stop into one of those locations. They're online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, what happens first? UCLA wins Pac-12 or Florida State wins the ACC?
In football?
Yep.
I'm going to go Florida State wins the ACC. Better history there. And I feel like UCLA and USC, though UCLA had a better starting point going into this year from where they were last year, better season last year. USC's in the fast lane, like the Eagles would say. Florida State is way behind everyone else. I just believe Florida State can get to the top of that league faster than UCLA can get through USC and everyone else. So I'm going to take Florida State.
I see what you're saying. I'm just not sure how much faith I have in this current Florida State coaching staff.
Could be the next guy.
It may be the next one. You're right. It may be the next one. Maybe the next one to UCLA.
Can you see Chip Kelly winning the Pac-12?
I mean,
I actually can.
Yeah, I think I would go UCLA.
Yeah, I think this could be just a weird year in the Pac-12. With Dan Lanning's first year, the North is so wide open. I think Utah's going to be really good. USC, obviously, first year with Lincoln Riley.
You know what's crazy is that Washington has always been one of those top-tier and pull up the last 2-year record for Washington, because they had 4 wins last year. Before that was the COVID year, right? So they only played like 3 games,
Yeah, but
right?
they won their division. They only played the 3 games. They won their division that year, but they couldn't play because they failed the COVID protocol, so Oregon had to play.
But they just
and
the
fired
actual
their coach, by the way.
the actual numbers of wins they've had since 2019 is a small number by Washington standards. You got to think they will come back at some point. Washington, they care about football.
Yeah,
there.
you would think, and we'll see Kalen DeBoer, how good of a coach he is.
Yeah, and Oregon's pretty good. USC is going to be awesome. Utah's good year in and year out. I just don't see where UCLA fits in. They care about football at Florida State, and it may be tough to get through Clemson and Miami to get there, but I think they'll eventually get there again. They won a national championship in 2013, just within the last decade.
Second down.
Who lasts longer at current job, Lane Kiffin or Mike Leach, who just got that extension?
At current job?
Yep.
I'll go Kiffin.
Kiffin? I think both of them are short timers at that current job.
You think both of them get another job or get fired?
No, I think Mike Leach hangs it up, gets fired, quits, leaves within the next 3 years, and I think Lane Kiffin moves on too.
You know, I think it's tricky with Kiffin though, because Ole Miss is paying to a level now that it's going to have to be a really primo job for him to leave, and our primo job is going to come after Lane Kiffin now.
Well, and we talked about this several times in the offseason. Within the last 2 years, you've had a lot of the primo jobs come open.
That's right.
And they've been filled.
They've cycled around.
Right.
Yeah.
So what job is going to open up that's going to lure Lane Kiffin away?
One real quick Mike Leach thing we didn't get to, and I don't know much about this guy. I just saw Bruce Feldman talking about it. His right-hand man, a guy that has been with him at every stop, Lubbock, Washington State, just left to go with Lincoln Riley, of course, out to USC. And Bruce was painting that as a big loss for Mike Leach. It's like...
He had him at Texas Tech and at Washington State and at Starkville. He's followed him every step of the way since 2004, and he left to go to Lincoln Riley last week.
And then Bruce was talking about how big a loss it was for Mike Leach. So I found that interesting.
I would go Mike Leach here.
He is the organization, the skill set of organization behind Mike Leach of what Mike Leach is not good
like
at.
Like the football ops type guy,
Third down.
Bigger expectations this coming year, Kentucky football or the fourth installment of True Detective?
Whoa, I didn't even know we had a fourth installment of True. Yeah, I'm going to go Kentucky.
It sounds good.
Who's in it?
So Jodie Foster and a professional boxer, Callie Reese. I don't know if you've ever heard of her.
You have yet to sell me on it.
I mean, how old is Jodie Foster?
Who's the male lead?
I mean, Jodie Foster's got to be 60.
You sound like Don Draper.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying you gave me two females.
No,
Who's the guy?
it's two females. It's called True Detective Night Country. It's going to be the fourth season of the series. It's going to take place. I'll give you a little background. The plot focuses on 6 men that operate an Arctic research station in Ennis, Alaska. They vanished without a trace. And so these 2 FBI agents come on board to actually try to solve it. I think it sounds really good.
I'll go Kentucky.
Jodie Foster's done some.
Jodie Foster's a hell of an actress.
She's done some alien stuff in the past, right?
Yeah, well, her
Contact.
Her number one role was as Clarice Starling in Silence of the
Don't we
Lambs.
ask, how old is she? I got it right here.
I would say Jodie Foster is. I would say she's 62.
59 within the 3-year window.
Barely within the window there. Wow, Jodie Foster, only 59.
She went to Yale. Did you know she went to Yale?
Yeah, I did know that.
Fourth down.
Smart girl, obviously.
Kawhi Leonard, 31 today. Ultimately, better career, Kawhi or Luka Doncic?
You know, I put that on the birthdays as well. Not Luka, but Kawhi Leonard being 31. And I thought to myself, boy, I haven't thought of the name Kawhi Leonard in a long time.
Boy,
is he still playing?
Injuries, yeah.
Where is he playing?
Clippers.
Clippers?
Yeah.
Clippers.
Yeah.
Biggest hand in the NBA. Didn't they think he had the biggest
claw.
hand in the NBA? The claw.
Yeah.
So real quick, Kawhi has won 2 championships, one with the Spurs and one with the Raptors. He was the NBA Finals MVP in both of those. He's been a first-team NBA guy 3 times, but Luka's only 23.
Yeah, I mean,
so to me, this gets a little difficult.
Kawhi was a top 5 guy just a few years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But Luka's a top 5 guy right now.
I would take Luka.
I just don't know if Luka's ever going to win one.
Yeah, I don't either. I think I'd go Luka too, though.
Well, I don't think Kawhi will ever win another one as long as he's wearing that uniform.
No,
that's true. Yeah.
I would agree with that, but already winning 2 with 2 different organizations, and he was the alpha in both of those finals. But I'm going to kind of go with you guys and go Luka. It's a big loss, Jalen Brunson, though, going to more than likely the next.
Vol fan points out somebody literally shot the president for Jodie Foster. So
they did.
That's big kid for her.
That was
John Hinckley, right?
Yep. Carrie says Jodie Foster, she was already famous by the time she got to college, right? She was, right? Wasn't Jodie Foster
She was 14 in Texie.
Wasn't she the pitcher in Bag News Bears?
Tatum O'Neal.
Oh.
But no, that shooting led to the Brady Law, right?
Yeah, it left him paralyzed. President Reagan's life was spared, obviously.
Jodie Foster in Blue Lagoon?
God, you know, it's weird.
Nope,
No,
Brooke Shields.
Jodie Foster in Little Mermaid.
So was that the last assassination attempt on a president?
I think it was.
The reason I ask is back to Mad Men.
That we know of.
The episode I was watching last night, it coincided with JFK's assassination.
Yeah. You know, recently the FBI shut down an I think it was the FBI, shut down an assassination attempt of President George W. Bush. Now, he obviously is a retired president, but there was a group coming over from the southern border that had organized in Mexico, and they were coming over the intent to kill George W. Bush, and the FBI, I think it was the FBI, shut it down.
Wow. I wonder how many of those we've shut down over the years.
Yeah, that you don't know about?
Yeah. For almost every president. Very interesting there. By the way, the Mad Men I watched last night, started season 3, watched 3 episodes of that.
Do you feel good about it
including
now?
the uncomfortable party at the country club. Don't want to get into the details, but it was uncomfortable.
Did you see the John Deere yet?
No.
Where they land the account's best episode. Okay, anyway.
No, I got the London fog, though, last night.
Okay, yeah. You're getting close. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, 4 locations, a 5th coming soon to Pell City. Stop in, locally owned and operated. Great guys. They can do it all for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Peggy, by the way, smoked a little pot last night for the first time.
Hey, now, don't ruin it for me. I'm only on season 2.
Peggy's a wild one.
Not a big fan of that character.
Yeah, I wasn't either.
All right, we roll on with the next round. We'll get back into our 40 and 40. We unveiled it earlier. If you missed it, we'll go through it again. Got some coaching sound to offer a little support to what we've been talking about, and Brown has your reaction to your vote. I mean, you voted, and then some of you griped about the way it all came out. We'll talk about that as we roll on today. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitter. Brownie, tell us about Nichols.
Jimmy D, they're fighting back inflation right there at Nichols Outfitters. The Fight Back Inflation sale means you can save up to 75% off. Yes, 75% off. A lot of things. If you're looking for some pricing relief, head over to Pelham and Nichols Outfitters to the end of June. The Fight Back Inflation sale, saving on select apparel, select firearms, camping equipment, and more. 75% off Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round. Brown's to walk us through this segment with comments from you guys, and we'll take your comments and then react to that in our 40 countdown. Forrester, you'll have to be on the top of your game, man, to get the right graphic up when we're talking about that. Okay, it's going to be scramble at that point. But first, give me the little Willie's pressure washing. They've made LT's home look like it's ready for a national championship run.
Yeah, just great guys. Blake and Connor came out. It's been over a month ago. They brought Willie the dog with them. Did incredible work. If you're watching the next round right now, you can see the difference in my driveway once they pressure wash it. They did my retaining wall as well. If you need to get your home, business, or financial investment looking brand new again, you need to call the team at Willie's Pressure Washing. They're able to offer a variety of power and soft washing options tailored to your unique needs, from residential and commercial spaces to industrial equipment and beyond. They've got the right equipment and technicians to clean your dirtiest messes. Again, when I did it a couple of years ago, me and the roommate, it took hours and hours. It actually took days. It took these guys just a little bit of time. They can knock it out quickly. Everything will look great. Cleaning your patio, driveway, windows, and home exterior can be a back-breaking chore. You don't want to waste time doing it. Let Willie's Pressure Washing do the hard work for you. Call them today, 205-963-2000. That's 205-963-2000. Tell them the next round sent you.
Brown, you've got the con, man. Walk us through this.
All right, we started with Nebraska, and immediately Zach says, LOL, Nebraska need to pick new voters. He's not in on the Huskers. They're in our top 40.
I'm trying to remember if Zach was one of our voters.
I don't know. Maybe he wants to be. Skylar adds, Nebraska has won 15 games in 4 years. They have been epically bad in Nebraska history. There's no doubt about that. Lunsford says Nebraska was a firm hell no in my poll. Daniel says, dang, y'all got Florida 32. Give me a break. I don't know if he means too high, too low. I'm guessing he thinks we got them too low at 32.
Well, I think we have them too high.
I had Nebraska in the poll. I had Florida out of the poll.
Rusty says he would have South Carolina over South Carolina and UAB over Nebraska. We had a lot of Nebraska hate. I mean, Boise State. He said South Carolina, Boise State, and UAB over Nebraska. Nebraska appeared to be the team everybody argued about early. Let's see. Iowa at 31 seems a bit low according to Smuff.
You know, they're up and down, though.
Seth says State is 10 to 15 team in his opinion. So he thought we had State too low at 33.
Mississippi State?
That's who he's talking about. Yeah, State at 33. Dave says, I tried to remove my orange-colored glasses, but even I had Auburn at 29. We have them unranked. Others receiving votes, according to our voters there.
I think it works out at 43.
Yep. Zach comes back, says 31-40 is fine, minus Nebraska. That is laughable. Can't believe I'm stumping for Auburn over Nebraska.
Can I just bring something up? Nebraska brings back basically everybody except Martinez at quarterback, which is probably good, right?
Yeah, he's actually at Kansas State, who just missed our rankings.
Yeah, so Nebraska, they only win 3 games last year, 3-9, but 8 of their losses, 1-possession games.
A bounce here or there, and they're an 8-win team.
Yeah, I mean, I really think they win 7 games this year.
Who is the quarterback? Because he's a proven guy, right? That's coming in, or at least a guy who was a starter at one point.
It's dude's brother.
Dude's brother.
Is it McCaffrey? No. Maybe it is McCaffrey.
No. They've got a transfer that's coming in to start. Can't remember his name right now.
It is a guy that's proven, though, and I can't believe I can't.
It's not Haynes King, right, from Texas A&M. He's still there.
Nope.
Casey Thompson carries.
Casey Thompson.
Yep.
Texas is Casey Thompson.
Good luck to him.
Casey Thompson had a couple of good games.
I mean, he had him ahead of Oklahoma, right, at halftime? Texas?
I don't think Casey started that game.
I think he did.
No, he did.
I think he did.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah. I think he had a big game.
We didn't have a lot of blowback from 21-30. So, Scott, if you want to go to the let's go to the top 20 here. Texas received the top 4 vote, but is at 18. How bad were the rest of their votes? You had them at a top 4 vote.
I did, and I was the only one that had them.
Texas at 18.
I had Texas at 21. Where did you have them?
I'd have to look real quick.
I got that saved. I pull up both of y'all's polls real quick. That will help.
Texas 23. So I'm fairly, you and I are on opposite sides. Dunaway obviously is the outlier on where he had them. Number 4. I mean, just why number 4, Dunaway? Back it up here.
Because I play it out to the end of the year.
Okay.
And I think they will be Big 12 champions. I don't think the SEC will get 2 in. I see Texas losing 1 game, and that game will be to Alabama, who will be in a 4-team playoff.
Rusty says Texas is nowhere near even a top 5 team.
And that is true. I mean, I like to take one flyer every year, and unfortunately for me, most of the years it has been Texas, and it has panned out exactly 0 times.
Scott, if you'll go to the top 10, most of the discussion in the top 10, as voted on by you, the listeners, is Notre Dame. Lunsford says Notre Dame at 6, gross, from the back row there. Jack says Notre Dame at 6 with a new coach. Terry says Notre Dame at 6, way, way too high. So Notre Dame, obviously, at number 6, a lot of people did not like Marcus Freeman there.
I think
where do y'all have Notre Dame? I've got your polls pulled
I had
up.
Notre Dame at 7.
I had them at 13.
Yeah, look, I think they're going to be pretty good. I mean, they returned 14 starters. You do lose a little bit with Brian Kelly, there's no doubt. Marcus Freeman seems like a guy, we said this after watching the bowl game, he seems to look the part, though. The players obviously love this guy. I think Kyle Hamilton's going to be a huge loss. Kyron Williams is going to be a huge loss. It's going to come down to quarterback play for me. I think the defense is going to be just fine under Marcus Freeman with 7 returning starters. Can Drew Pine be as good as Jack Cohn was?
Where did you say you had him?
I had him at 7. Yeah, I got him at 13.
Oh, I'm looking at 2021. I was about to say, you guys are wrong. You don't even remember your own polls.
I can't. Who did you say got 4 first-place votes, Dunaway? Do you remember saying that one?
Georgia.
Okay,
Georgia's the only
somebody
one.
said 4 of you were drinking heavy when filling this out. I'm assuming he's referring to the 4 first-place votes for Georgia. I don't think that's that crazy.
Charlie, they've got their quarterback back.
Yeah.
They've got a consensus All-American at tight end. Their defense is not going to be as great as it was last year, but who thinks Kirby Smart's going to have a defensive problem this year at Georgia? To me, it's going to be an offensive problem if they have any problem at all.
And they've got a very, very giving schedule. Yeah.
Also here in the top 5, Charlie says, on paper, it is hard to get better than Ohio State. Of course, we'll see how that plays out on the field. I mean, I think roster-wise, Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia are going to be a lot alike. If you take their, probably their top 44, they're too deep at every spot. That's going to look a lot alike between
I
those
would
3
agree.
schools. Brett says Texas A&M is too high for him. You guys voted A&M at number 7.
Where did you guys vote A&M?
I had Texas A&M at number 7. I voted just like our listeners.
I can't find it on my computer.
I've got them at number 9.
Kerry says Ohio State still has some questions on defense. The offensive line got dog walked by Michigan last year. Will Anderson and Dallas Turner would be an even tougher game for them. Their line was suspect last year. There's no doubt about it. Really good at the skill position, but in that game against Michigan, they did not hold up well in either front, actually, Lance, because Michigan ran the ball well on them in that game.
And that's what I was saying about Ohio State. You know, with 7 returning starters on the defense, I don't think it can get much worse than it was.
Yeah.
You know, you bring in Jim Knowles. You remember how good that Oklahoma State defense was last year.
LT's neighbor says, fact of the matter is, in these rankings, top 3 to 4 usually obvious, 5 to 10 kind of stand out. The next 50 is just pulling teams out of a hat. I do kind of feel that way sometimes.
A little bit.
I don't disagree.
Very few people, I should say, had Coastal Carolina in their rankings. I had them 40. I mean, McCall's back. I mean, do y'all think Coastal Carolina has a shot at that conference? If you win that conference,
Chadwell's back as a head coach.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with them being in the top 40.
You guys want another wild one for me? You think Texas is wild at 4? I got Boston College at 36. I think they have one of their tough out in the ACC.
I think Boston College could be much improved. I took a look at them.
Hey, back to Coastal real quick. Their only standout non-conference game is at Virginia. And it's late in the year, so, they need Virginia to be really good on Saturday, November 19th, but they play at Virginia. By the way, it's a tough scheduled game for Virginia. When you scheduled Coastal, they probably stunk. And now, Lance, late in the year, Coastal at Virginia is a pretty tight number, isn't it?
Two great quarterbacks.
Yeah, I love Brennan Armstrong, but I don't know how good Virginia's going to be. As good as he was last year, they were 6-6. You got Tony Elliott, a new coach.
Yeah, they play Army, Gardner-Webb, Buffalo before they get in their conference schedule.
That's your reaction to our rankings. We'll talk about it a little bit more coming back on the other side. That's brought to you in part by our lock of the day, our friends at Hemp Hill Sports. LT, how'd you do on the lock last night?
We hit the lock last night.
Oh, you can't beat those nights, right?
No.
You sleep well when you hit the lock. He'll send out another one a little bit later on. It's baseball only again tonight, right?
Yep. That's
How
all
many
we got.
plays do you know yet?
LancesLock.com? I have got 3 plays up tonight.
3 plays at LancesLock.com. He'll send you a free one out a little bit later on if you follow him on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor, @TheLanceTaylor. Our friend Adam and Chad and the folks at Hemp Hill Services, they've been taking care of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call them up, 205-229-2090. 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it, and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right, and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today, or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks and the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. More in our 40 and 40 that is now available for you on our social media platform, so you can see the slides yourself and compare them to your ranking if you were one of the 54 selected listeners and viewers who voted Mortgage Right. No matter where you are in the 40 and 40, you will find a mortgage right that can help you in America with your mortgage needs.
Yeah, they are there to lend you a hand. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help move you in with confidence and no money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Is it possible, LT, you did not have LSU in your top 40?
I did not.
You did not. I had LSU 37th. Brown, you had them 32.
Mm-hmm.
Yet in our rankings, LSU, to show you the love they get from our listeners and viewers, 26th in the ranking. Unranked, very almost out of the ranking, 32, the highest on the panel here. LSU 26th.
So what I was looking at for me is, first of all, that bowl roster was down to 39 players, I believe it was.
So how good can it be?
You got some roster management you got to build back up. I think the world of Brian Kelly, but it is year one for him. What's the quarterback situation like? They do have a stud receiver at Keyshawn Boutte. I don't know. I'm gonna give Brian Kelly some grace here. This feels like a 6-6 type team to me.
You lose Eli Ricks, who's an All-American DB.
There's no doubt.
And Boutte, this is a guy that was out last year. How committed is he?
Well, Lance, I didn't want to say that, but since you brought it up, you do wonder if things start to go bad, does he start looking at the NFL and decide, yeah, maybe a good time for me to sit this thing down?
Checked out, and at one point had considered the portal.
That's right. They open against Florida State in the Superdome. What's the line on that game, you think, LT?
LSU 3.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a brutal loss for Florida State.
It's a geography game. The only reason they're a 3-point favorite is because it's in New Orleans and not somewhere in Florida. Brian Kelly was on the Varsity House podcast, and he was asked about competing with the best teams of the SEC. Just looking at our rankings, he's ahead of Florida, Mississippi State, South Carolina, Auburn, just some of the teams he's ahead of in our SEC rankings, just behind Kentucky and Ole Miss. Brian Kelly has high expectations eventually.
Yeah, I want to beat Nick Saban. Who doesn't want to beat Nick Saban?
For
you
sure.
know what I mean?
Yeah,
I want to
yeah.
play him. I want to play him in the regular season. You know, I mean that's the standard, right? That's the standard. Now he's a conference opponent, right?
Right.
And you know, I started in Division II as a head coach, and felt like I was ready to move to Division I at Central Michigan. From there, I moved to Cincinnati. From there, I moved to Notre Dame, and I love my time in Notre Dame. I love the players more than anything else, and then you're presented with another challenge. And I've always felt that you never run from a job, you run to a job. And I never ran from Notre Dame. I ran to an opportunity, and I just felt like this was a great opportunity.
I think a lot of the reason they are 26 is street cred, reputation among SEC fans that watch us, and number 2 is belief in that guy that he wins a lot of football games.
Oh, look, I still think he's going to win a national championship. If he's there 5 or 6 years, I'm with Brown, though. Roster management difficult. Transfer portal outside of Jaden Daniels. Who do they really bring in? I just think year one's going to be a little difficult with how deep the SEC West is.
He mentioned that game against Alabama. Looking at their schedule, I think they're 5-3, 4-4 going into that game. I think that's how tough it is. And then, by the way, their schedule finishes tough after Alabama. So I think it's just going to be a tough first year for him. I still think the guy is a really, really good football coach.
Out on the West Coast, the guy with the very humble office, Lincoln Riley.
How'd they fit the camera in here?
Out in L.A. Talked to us earlier in the summer about recruiting and recruiting rankings. Now, all over the board on USC, they come in at number 15, a respectable place to start for a team that didn't have a winning record last year, right?
Yeah, they did not. They were 4-8 last year. So, to me, USC, I had them at 16th. I think USC fans need to be realistic. If you've got a top 20 team in year one and you've got Caleb Williams, if he performs at that level, you've got him coming back for one final year, you got to be excited about this. Again, this is a team that only returns 11 starters from a 4-8 team. They were 3-6 in the Pac-12. I think they're going to be a lot better based on just, I think this is a team that's going to have a ton of confidence. But I just don't know talent-wise. Again, everybody talks about
they brought in a lot of talent, though. They brought in a lot of talent. Can you mesh them together?
Yeah, I mean, look, not only, Caleb Williams, but Jordan Addison, Travis Dye, Mario Williams. I mean, they brought in a lot of talent, a lot of skill. But again, up front, defensively and offensively, can they hold up?
Lincoln Riley about recruiting rankings and what they mean to him, not very much.
Like the thing that both players like that and the people on the outside need to realize is like that means nothing when you get to college. That means absolutely nothing. Like I think there's like this perception out here that guys are highly ranked coming out of high school, and it comes to this point. It's like, well, if I just don't mess it up, then I'm gonna like all of a sudden be a good NFL player. I've got this great NFL career in front of me, or I've got this and that. Like if you get some nice accolades as a high school player, that means you did a good job as a high school player. Like congrats, that's over. Like you get to college, it's all about you got nothing. Like you're not, it's like this notion I'm defending something like I already have. No, you don't have anything. You've got a shot just like everybody else has here. That's it.
That's it. Lincoln Riley rebuilding USC.
Again, I'll say I think Saturday, October 15th is 6-0, 6-0, USC at Utah. I think the Trojans can get off to that 6-0 start. I think Utah beats Florida in Gainesville. I think they'll be 6-0. I think that's going to be the biggest game in the nation. Now, I think it's going to go poorly for his team, but I think that's the type of immediate impact Lincoln Riley will have. I think they'll be 6-0 in that game.
I hope you're right. That'll be fun.
You think they got a musket in Utah for Corso to fire at the end of game day on that one?
I don't know, but game day will probably be there.
The old Utes?
Yeah. Give me the Utes.
All right, Utes. What'd you say?
What is a Ute?
What is a Ute?
Sorry, Jan.
All right, final thoughts when we come back. By the way, I've got Texas in my Final Four. Lance has Utah, and Brown went a little vanilla.
Boring.
Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, and Georgia. But we all have two SEC teams, homers, right there. For the guys behind the glass, Rockstar has Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, Oklahoma. Lunsford has Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, and Texas A&M. Hell, Lunsford, we're just going to play this whole thing in Atlanta? Thanks for letting Ohio State in. Forrester goes Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, and Utah, copying off of LT's paper almost. Reed Taylor, one of our guys, Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, and Clemson. The great David Walls went Ohio State, Alabama, Clemson, and Oregon. Kelsey from back in sales, Alabama, Georgia, A&M, and Ohio State. 3 more SEC teams, 1, 2, 3.
Kelsey, it just means more for her.
She knows that money comes
That's
from.
right. Kelsey knows
SEC money.
That's who cuts the checks.
And Taylor Korn, our marketing director, Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, and Oklahoma.
Had to hurt for an Auburn grad to go Alabama and Georgia.
Yeah, I need to go check out Taylor and see where she put her Auburn Tigers as a new graduate.
See that diploma, Taylor.
First football season after graduation. All right, our final thoughts, non-poll related, when we come back right here on TNR.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery 5th hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111, or online, onemaninthetoolbox.com.
Lil Sweet, did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple out? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your shacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo! Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, Lil Sweet.
Did you get your kid in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind that'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling, the official vodka of the World Games, which is just over a week from starting. A couple of facts on the World Games after you tell us about Redmont.
Hey, Redmont Vodka, it's locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka, made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package at ABC stores, and also available in 20 states now.
Some of the big events that are coming, softball out at the Met, flag football at Legion Field, lacrosse will be a big popular sport. You know, lacrosse is not an Olympic sport.
Yeah, it's surprising when you see some of these sports because that's the whole deal with the World Games, right? It's non-Olympic sports. It's weird that some of these actually are not in the Olympics.
Yeah, this will be this is one of those events that are coming to Birmingham that I'm not sure I really don't know what to expect yet.
Nor do I.
Like when it's going on or when it's over with, I'm going to look back and saying, God, that was bigger than I thought it was going to be, or it's going to be this or that. The largest sporting event to be in the Southeast since the 1996 Olympics, according to the World Game folks.
Wow.
Now, we've hosted Super Bowls and national championship. We're about to host the largest sporting event to be in the Southeast as far as number of people and such since the 1996 Olympics.
Yeah, I don't, I'm like you guys, I don't know what to expect. I wonder what hotels are like. I would assume like downtown Lakeview, it's going to be quite the scene and fun time on Friday and Saturday night with all of the different nationalities coming together.
I mean, guess.
If it's just 120 athletes from 100 countries, how many more extra people in town is that?
Well, why do you say
120 times 100.
10 million.
Is that why do you say that though?
I'm just
saying.
saying
The number is that the actual number? Though?
I'm just guesstimating on how big each team is and how many countries are involved.
That's 12,000. You're talking about 120 per.
Yeah. So that's 12,000 extra people in town.
Yeah.
Just athletes for this event.
It's
going to be congested a little bit.
It's like the city of Chelsea, maybe.
But I really didn't know the World Games existed until we got the World Games. That's what's weird to me how big a deal this is. I'd never heard of it until Birmingham got it.
Yeah, I think we were at Jocks maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, when this first came out.
And, yeah, none of us knew it existed.
Nellie, Sarah Evans, Randy Owen, and the group Alabama, Sheila E., and one of my favorites of all time, Tony, wait for it, Tony, 3 Tonys, all in the opening ceremony performances coming up.
If I had loot. So Nellie is going to be here.
Nellie is going to schedule. I'll go schedule to be here.
Yellow light, or do you feel like it's a green light?
July 7th, LT.
So closing is Lionel Richie and Taylor, right?
Right.
Taylor Hicks.
Opening ceremonies July 7th. The World Games. Get your tickets right there at TWG 2022. TWG2022.com for all your information as the world comes to Alabama. Here we go now. End of the show. Live shows, if you're listening on the replay, starts in just a second. Thanks for being with us. For LT, D&B, and everybody behind the glass, until next time, God bless you and God bless America.